would basically tell you that he was engaged in a scheme that extended from when he was collecting drafts of so it's continuing on probably basically conspiracy. No, I think that's I'm sure it's that there are going to be arguments and Bolton is going to make an argument if I had this stuff way before then. And so it's a debatable point. And so the sooner, if you're the federal government, the sooner you want, the sooner you want. Really should let's go.
Oh, I thought we had that cut. I thought we had a cut. No? All right. Okay. All right. Well, that's it. But we want a video. Okay. Yeah, no, I was trying to leave, but then I forgot. I'll get it. Yeah, this is a little ice cream. So I was stuck on the phone with her. Our license plate. How do you not know that?
It sucks. We hate up.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7. Yep. This is Bethesda, right? It's an interesting tree. I'm going to step this way pretty quick because then they're also going to take the video you shot of them coming in and out.
Oh, you mean as far as
like to because they want me to IFB with this, right? And
Right.
all I have is I need to get the new dongle because I only have the ones for the old iPhone.
and yours is the new one or old one?
I have the new one, yeah. And I just realized that I don't have the new one.
Yeah. Yeah, hey Brad, what's up? We're 10 minutes away. Okay. I have to phone me and putting me on hold on my phone for IT. Because I left it now. Okay, we're 10 minutes out. I'm going to give you this one.
They've given me an IFB number, but I can't dial it or I can't see it.
You'll use mine.
Oh, okay.
I got the old.
Okay. And I haven't seen anything from the show. I assume they're just gonna ask me.
They said 10 minutes.
Okay. Let me see if I can talk to a producer. so that I at least know what they're doing, what their plan is if they have one at this hour.
As soon as you get the number, let me know. Oh, you can just dial
I'll dial it. Yeah, I'll do it. Fucking tangled. So irritated.
I'll get you. Dial it in and check in with it, and I'll take everything up.
202 351 4730. Okay, I'm dialed in. Do you have a mic so they can hear me? Yeah, we're gonna have you shortly. We are getting a microphone set up right now. You got me now? Okay. All right.
The motivation would be. Do you think that is? Do you agree with that statement?
I agree with that statement. Look, it is possible that there is some ongoing national security investigation about the retention of classified documents. Obviously, President Trump himself kept and mishandled huge amounts of highly classified documents in his Mar-a-Lago home, and there were subsequent investigations. So it's possible that there is a legitimate basis, and given that a judge had to sign off on this search warrant, we should keep an open mind. But the timing is very suspect. I voted against Kash Patel to be the FBI director because I was concerned he would not resist pressure from President Trump to misuse the FBI for partisan political purposes. I hope and pray that's not what's going on here, but the timing of the exchanges between Bolton and Trump and the public nature of this search make this particularly suspect.
To your about the, I'm going to say the stalled state of the peace negotiations, though there is still so much work being done in the area of coming together around security guarantees and what that would look like on the European side. I know that work continues in earnest. On the B,
doesn't understand the risks of what he's doing in engaging with Putin, and Trump has been firing back. So the timing of this search of Bolton's home is particularly chilling.
And this also, I mean, especially in light of, I mean, what I wanted to speak with you about this morning is the state or stalled nature of the peace talks to bring an end to Russia's war on Ukraine. Just this morning at 7:32 a.m., John Bolton himself sent out a message on social media. I'll read it for everyone because you can really see it in quite a different light now in light of this FBI search. Russia has not changed its goal: drag Ukraine into a new Russian empire. Moscow has demanded that Ukraine cede territory it already holds, and the remainder of
these talks making any progress. And that just underscores the tensions that have been present between John Bolton and President Donald Trump for years. It was seen as an unhappy marriage between many, between Bolton and Trump in the first term. They had numerous foreign policy differences as well as stylistic differences. So he was fired from his job as national security advisor back in 2019. And now we are learning that this is a classified documents investigation regarding national security matters. Back to you, Shannon.
All right, Alana Alston with a lot of activity, as you mentioned, there on the scene, the site of the former ambassador's office there in Washington, D.C. I know you'll keep our cameras and your team trained on all the activity taking place there on the right-hand side of your screen as we close off the broadcast here. A live look at the former national security advisor's home in Bethesda, Maryland. Our camera crews are also there watching the activity. We understand FBI agents are inside Bolton's home right now. We're going to have a full report coming up in just moments. That's going to do it for News Now. I'm Shannon Cake. Appreciate your time. Wendy Bell coming up next.
Nothing is off limits to David Harris Jr.
I think it might be a good one. I think people should stay tuned.
Absolutely. Absolutely. War Room is coming up in a few moments right after our show. We will continue to bring you all the details that continue to come out on this. Terrence, I believe earlier you reported that the president is going to be speaking to the media at some point today. So we may get some more details about this raid this morning.
Yeah.
That's right. There's going to be a noon announcement from the president, whether it's specific to this or not, we don't know. But one has to imagine if he takes questions, that will be probably the first question asked about this raid on John Bolton's home.
Absolutely. Stay tuned.
Absolutely. Don't miss. War Room is up next. Colby says happy Puppy Friday. You guys have a great weekend. You go boldly now. Live the truth. Keep doing it.
Entering former national security advisor John Bolton's home here behind me around 7 a.m. this morning. You can see some footage here with agents and out. You can see footage and boxes showing here what exactly they are looking for inside of that home. The neighbor leaders across the street, the Bolton
About, oh wait, I almost said 3 hours ago, but this is for noon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just toss for the fact that we, teen agents bring boxes in. Okay. I'm going to do it. It's going to be pretty quick here because we don't have much info yet. And you will certainly have more by noon. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. The FBI began this investigation here at former National Security Advisor John Bolton's home about, oh wait, I almost said 3 hours ago, but this is for noon. So let's do that one more time. I'll just say the time, around 7 this morning. Okay, here we go. Three, two, one. The FBI began this investigation. Sorry, I just got a text. Hold on. Okay. That's what I was waiting for. Okay. Here we go. Ready? 3. All right. 3, 2, 1. The FBI entering former National Security Advisor John Bolton's home here behind me around 7 a.m. this morning. You can see some footage here of some agents going in and out. You can see some bringing in some boxes. Still unclear what exactly they are looking for inside of that home. An FBI spokesperson telling our team that they're conducting court-authorized activity. Now, the neighbor who lives across the street from Bolton had come out, said he doesn't know him very well and didn't really have much to say in terms of what is going on across the street from his home today. Now, earlier this morning around 7 a.m. as well, FBI Director Kash Patel has posted on X saying that no one is above the law, but did not confirm it's related to this. Now, President Trump had fired Bolton during his first term and revoked his security clearance during this term after clashing over foreign affairs and a book then that Bolton had published in 2020. Now, in terms of the traffic activity we've been seeing in the area, Montgomery County Police have been helping to direct traffic, but did tell our team that they are not involved in this investigation at all. In Bethesda, Jess Arnold, WUSA 9.
On Fox Business is saying falsely that the search of Donald Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago, the FBI raid, was unconstitutional, was unfounded, that there was no predicate. In fact, a judge signed a warrant in that instance as well. And Judge Eileen Cannon, who is a Trump-appointed judge who ruled in Donald Trump's favor and in many, many issues, actually upheld the legality of that search and rejected Donald Trump's lawyers' efforts to throw it out. But of course, Donald Trump and his allies denounced that FBI action. They called it an unjust invasion of his home at Mar-a-Lago. But now today you have police cars and FBI agents outside of John Bolton's home in Bethesda in a very, what they're saying is a very similar action.
Texas is gone, California heading that way. There are other states considering it. Now, some of them, like New York, there are more obstacles in place. It won't be quite as easy to pull off. It would be hard to argue this is good, big picture, for this nation's democracy. But this is where we are now. The latest political norm and custom just thrown away in the Trump era.
Yeah, and it's not what the majority of Americans want, right? In poll after poll, voters are telling us they would much rather this was done in a non-political way, non-partisan way. But it looks like it's going to go ahead. Even in New York that you mentioned there, Jonathan, by 2028, we could see that redistricting happening as well. So this morning, the Wall Street Journal editorial board has a piece titled "The Gerrymander Race to the Bottom," and it reads in part, quote, Say this for the gerrymander wars. Both parties are honest about their raw partisan motives. Texas's gambit to redistrict mid-decade is dubious, but Democrats have long done the same. Difference is Democrats have been more aggressive in using courts rather than their legislatures to redraw maps, all while pretending to defend democracy or fight racism. But gerrymandered gains are sometimes swept away with big election tides, as in 2006 and 2018. A large share of voters aren't fiercely partisan. Texas Republicans also risk inviting a voter backlash that could flip a Senate seat if State Attorney General Ken Paxton defeats Senator John Cornyn in the GOP primary. Gerrymanders reduce political competition, and they're getting worse over time. Congress could set limits on the practice, but incumbents want safer seats. Unless voters rebel, it will continue. At least the political cynicism is no longer hiding behind false flags. I mean, it's true. Both sides are saying this is an arms race. We have to do this to protect our majority. They're not pretending that this is anything other than it is. But the reality is that in this arms race, the Republicans have no mission.
Kash Patel is trying to turn the FBI essentially into a national police force. He is de-emphasizing the traditional national security mission of the FBI. After 9/11, essentially the entire agency was reoriented to make the number one priority stopping a terrorist attack on the United States. So counterterrorism was the number one mission. But counter-espionage has always been a huge mission of the FBI. Other national security missions, also white-collar fraud and corruption.
Twitter and that sort of thing. What I'll be looking for, though, is it's not an element of the search warrant, but I'm looking for true impact on our national security. Was something of national security value actually compromised? The information's these events are fairly dated. The book has already come out. If I see evidence of that, then I'll be a believer, and I'll believe that this isn't just simply flipping that playbook, if you will. So, I think a lot will come out today. I think they'll unseal that search warrant affidavit as quickly as they can, because I think they want the American public to know what this was about. Next step could be a grand jury. We'll see. I mean, if it goes that far, but when you go to the trouble of doing a 7 a.m. search warrant on someone like John Bolton, I think it's a serious investigation.
Shannon, I want to play for you something from John Bolton. He was on ABC's This Week on August 10th. So that was just, 12 days ago. Let's watch here.
We're about to talk about Trump's retribution campaign we're seeing at the FBI and the Justice Department. You're obviously on his enemies list, at least Kash Patel's enemies list. Are you worried that they're going to come after you in some way? I mean, he's hinted at it before.
Well, I think he's already come after me and several others in withdrawing the protection that we had for from the Iranians for the attack on Qasem Soleimani. So I think, and I said in the new forward to the paperback edition of my book, I think it is a retribution presidency.
So you wonder if he had some inkling that maybe this was happening. I don't know. But also President Trump came in office. He had an executive order on this. What did that say?
He did on day one, and it was about the de-weaponization of government. And part of what that says is actions by prior administrations, by the Biden administration. It said these actions appear oriented more toward inflicting political pain than toward pursuing actual justice or legitimate governmental objectives. So this administration has got to very much be aware of the optics, too, as they carry out whatever happens and whatever we find in this Bolton raid.
Who do we have on Fox News Sunday?
Senator James Lankford is with us. We're going to talk about whether the Senate is ready to move forward with those Russian sanctions. They've been waiting on a signal from the president, but Putin doesn't look like he's moving toward peace. So does the Senate drop the hammer?
All right. Well, thank you, Shannon Bream and Chris Swecker and Jonathan Turley. Thank you. There's breaking news this morning. No doubt we'll see more of you today. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So a stunning reversal here. The socialist running for mayor of Minneapolis has lost the endorsement of local Democrats. We're going to tell you what.
But the case was then dropped, and so no charges were brought against the former and now current president over his alleged misuse of classified documents. But the aim of the FBI here will be, and we saw that them taking in boxes, evidence boxes empty. Presumably, they will, if they find anything, those boxes will emerge from the hands of FBI officers used as part of the But now, the search.
I think we're clear. Thank you.
Were stripped earlier this year by President Trump. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, took that security clearance away. They had concerns. The administration had concerns about Ambassador Bolton still being able to access some of these documents and have some of those security clearances. It's also notable that John Bolton had a security detail as well. Because of the threats from Iran on his life, that security detail, that government federal paid security detail, was also taken away by President Trump.
So what is behind this raid? What is it? What is the reason for it? They say it's a high-profile national security probe. Let's go to the reporting from the New York Post, who broke this story early this morning. John Bolton's home raided. FBI agents raided the D.C. area home of President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, on Friday morning in a high-profile national security probe. The Post exclusively revealed federal agents went to Bolton's house in Bethesda, Maryland at 7 a.m. in an investigation ordered by FBI Director Kash Patel, a Trump administration official told the Post. Investigators were also en route to search his office Friday morning, which also happened. We'll play that clip for you in just a moment. What was this about? Kash Patel says on X, no one is above the law. Dan Bongino quote tweeted that, said public corruption will not be tolerated. This was just after the raid began. The probe, which is said to involve classified documents, was first launched years ago, but the Biden administration shut it down for political reasons, according to a senior U.S. official. Listen, I see a lot of people on X going, oh, you guys are upset when they raided Trump's house over classified documents, but you're happy when they raided Bolton's house over classified documents. Okay, stop with that lazy cop-out talking point. Okay, and just listen for a second. Donald Trump was covered by the Presidential Records Act. He was allowed to declassify information going out the door, and he was allowed to have it. There was no crime. You heard it from Kash Patel on Fox a couple of days ago. There was no predicate. There was no reason for people to raid Mar-a-Lago. None. Yes, I understand he had classified documents. He was allowed to have them. He is covered by the Presidential Records Act. Was John Bolton ever the president? No, thank God. Was John Bolton ever covered by the Presidential Records Act to take those documents out? No. If, as the rooster says, nobody is above the law, right? We love our rooster. Don't we love the rooster? If nobody's above the law, John Bolton sure seems, if he's in possession of classified information, to be in violation of the law. Bolton had not been arrested and is not charged, not yet. But as we mentioned from what Vince said this morning, reporting from a source that he's been in contact with, that they fully expect John Bolton to be hit with charges. He had not been arrested yet, is not charged with any crimes as of Friday morning. The raid comes after, quote, years of investigation into the potentially criminal release of information, despite Trump's first National Security Council assessing it as classified, the person said. The related investigation began in 2020, according to the official, the same year Trump's first Justice Department launched a criminal inquiry into Bolton's alleged disclosure of national secrets in his book, The Room Where It Happened. That investigation came after President Trump sought to quash its publication over its inclusion of national secrets, saying Bolton broke an NDA signed as a condition of his employment. Trump was ultimately unsuccessful. The book went to print. The ex-Trump advisor has been at odds with his old boss since leaving the first administration, regularly appearing on cable news, criticizing the president's national security and foreign policy. Bolton's X account blasted out a message at 7:32 a.m. criticizing Trump's approach to Russia's war on Ukraine as FBI agents were inside of his home. It was unclear whether or not this was a scheduled post. Nobody's above the law. And I want you to listen to me again before I play for you the next clip. Okay? I know there's been a lot of doubt. There's been a lot of skepticism. And a lot of that, I don't like saying these things, but a lot of that has been an op, right? A lot of that has been an operation that some people have ginned up because they're envious of Dan Bongino's popularity. They're envious of his position in the FBI. They're envious that Dan continued to grow and amassed a massive audience, and they didn't. That's what a lot of this is about. It's sour grapes. It's high school bull crap is what it is. It's cafeteria politics is what it is. You don't have a seat at his table, so now all of a sudden he's a failure. Cry me a river. That's number one. Okay? Especially people who Dan put on the map. That's number one. Okay? This anonymous bull crap, that's Dan's getting ready to leave the FBI. Really? Why don't you put a date? I'll make this one. Why don't you put a date? If you think he's getting ready to leave the FBI, you must think it's imminent, right? Why don't you put a date on it? Shake hands with me over the internet. Let's bet it. Let's put your money where your mouth is and your anonymous sources. Okay? I'm willing to bet. I'll look at what date you have, and I'll determine if I think it's reasonable or not, and take you up on this bet. Anybody who thinks Dan Bongino right now is getting ready I will say he is not gone in the year 2025. Right now. That's my prediction. Anybody want to take me up on that bet? I am all for it. We can use crypto. We'll find somebody to, I'll bet you in Ethereum. I'll put up $1,000 in Ethereum right now. Anybody wants it? You're so confident to get your clicks, right? So confident. Okay. There have been a lot of people outside of that clickbait circle. Really, you know what it is? It's not a clickbait circle. It's a clickbait circle jerk. That's what it is. Okay. There have been a lot of people who have been very skeptical of whether or not we're going to see results. I get it. I totally get it. I'm always, skeptical as well. Until something happens, unfortunately, nothing has happened, right? This morning is a step in the right direction. Shows you that the way the FBI is doing this is the right way. They didn't just swear into their office and start arresting people. Why couldn't they do that? Because it would give so much red meat to the media to say, look, they're weaponizing government. They're already doing that anyway. They were always going to do that anyway. But at least they could point back and say, we built this case. We did all these things. It took us, months and months and months to get to the point where we were getting ready to impanel a grand jury, getting ready to get these indictments, getting ready to make these charges. And so far, there still are no charges, right? This is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. The stuff that's about to go down is not stuff that you can just spring on the American people. You can't just expect the American people to just, accept it. Oh, wow, look at that. Our base will. It's not about our base. It's about how the country views these institutions. They already look at it as being weaponized. They don't want the FBI to be looked at as a political football. Whoever holds, power all of a sudden can weaponize the government against their opponents. We want the FBI to be an institution that has integrity again. And if Dan and Cash and everybody else who came into that office and came into their position just out of the gate started arresting people, you know exactly what that would look like. It has to be done the right way. Perception is reality. It has to be done the right way. And I'm telling you right now, and I don't do this often, but I'm asking you to trust me. There is a lot that is about to go down. It is going to get fun. It's going to be some big stuff. There's a lot that's going to go down. I have full confidence in that. There's a lot that's going to go down. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are two people who we were extremely excited about when they were chosen for these roles. And we should still be excited about it. Healthy skepticism, questions, not a problem. The toxic behavior of never being satisfied, you can get lost right now. You can get lost right now. Now, I'm not saying the John Bolton thing is the end all be all and this is it and I told you so. I'm saying this is the very beginning of I told you so. There's a lot more where this came from. So I say buckle up, order your popcorn now, because I think there's going to be a popcorn shortage when all is said and done in this country. Here's the FBI outside of John Bolton's office. They weren't just playing around at his house. They went to his office also. Look at this.
And ambassador. So this is a live shot of his office in Washington, D.C., and we're looking right now, per our colleagues from Fox Digital on the scene, a couple of FBI agents loading some stuff into cars and leaving the scene. So clearly not as big of a presence at his Bethesda home, but notable that he was spotted at his office.
Begging me to go to New York, begging me to go to Los Angeles. And if we didn't go to Los Angeles with Newsom, they run it so badly, I don't think we would have been able to have the Olympics. They would.
An NYPD officer.
And Stuart, would you like to say anything about this, Stuart?
Well, we're so excited to have the president here to look at the gift shop. And we have this wonderful People's House gallery, so that while the White House is closed for tours for this wonderful ballroom to be built, we have this 33,000 square foot experience open 7 days a week, free to the public. So until that's built and reopened, we're happy to welcome everyone here and so honored and happy that you came over today.
And you do a great job. He's been here a long time. And we have a lot of things in common. We love the White House, right?
Love that and history.
And we're doing some very detailed renovations, fixing things that are broken, fixing floors that are cracked up and not good anymore. And in many cases, they were done in the 50s and 60s and 70s. We're
Unfortunately, it does appear as though this live stream has now frozen right here, but we were listening to President Trump as he is visiting a museum in DC, this museum specifically focusing on the White House right there, and he was sharing some remarks. Unfortunately, we don't have another live look at this event right there. President Trump was speaking inside the museum, but as you're taking a look, unfortunately, it does look like this live stream has now frozen as we were listening into the president. And we've been monitoring some of these other potential live streams of the same event. It does look like they're trying to restore it. We do see that the camera has now jumped, specifically focusing on the president. Unfortunately, it does look like it's frozen and we're not seeing or hearing the president speak at this time. It's just this still frame shot. But I did want to just stay on this because sometimes this happens and they are able to restore the live stream. So I didn't want to transition away because perhaps they are going to fix this live stream. Does look like they did. Let's once again listen.
It is. So we have a lot of fun. Environment of the White House. We're fixing up the whole world. We have great numbers that have.
So this live stream seems to be going in and out. We still see the image of President Trump as he is visiting this Washington, D.C. museum, focusing on the White House. Unfortunately, as we have been monitoring it, the live stream isn't the best. The connectivity seems to be going in and out. And unfortunately, it does appear once again that it is frozen. But we do want to give this time to perhaps fix itself because this is the president speaking and we don't want to miss what he has to say.
The bones are so great. They have marble that is so unbelievable, but it hasn't been polished and hasn't been grouted. It hasn't been taken care of. And we're able to use most of it as opposed to taking it out. We're able to use it. You couldn't buy, actually it's marble that you couldn't buy. The slabs are so big, white, beautiful slabs. You couldn't buy it today. And we're renovating it. And Kennedy Center within a year will be unbelievable. I think it's got tremendous, we're painting the columns a different color. You know, it's got a fake gold. If you're going to use gold, gold, you know about gold. I love the gold, but if you don't use 24 karat gold, it doesn't look good. And there's never been a paint that imitates it. So we're going to be painting the columns, probably a very good white, beautiful white. It'll look beautiful with the white marble behind it. The marble's all being renovated inside and out. So that's where I'm going right now. I have all the marble people with me, and we're going to do that with Kennedy Center. The interior of Kennedy Center is being totally done. The chairs are being replaced or renovated. The stages are being renovated fully. Very good stages, very good sound. They have great sound. Lucky. Some opera houses, they spend a lot of time and money. If it doesn't have good sound, it's like you're born a certain way. If an opera house opens up and it doesn't have good sound, you never make it good. They try. They've tried. In New York, they had a problem, and they rip it apart every 5 years and try to make it good. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This one, the Kennedy Center has phenomenal sound. It's one of the big advantages. So we're going to make that fantastic. We have a great board of close to 40 people, and they're in love with it. And we'll have that. I think within a year, the Kennedy Center will be finished. Being awarded Sylvester Stallone, which is very unusual because they don't do that, but they do it here. And we have just, you saw Michael Crawford's going to get an award. It is really going to be very exciting. I'm going to be hosting, not that I want to host, I don't want to host, but they've asked me very strongly to host, so I'll host it. Like I hosted The Apprentice years ago, and we'll do a good job. And we have the awards, I guess, on December something. Early in December, we have the awards. Will be on CBS on television. So I just wanted to thank you. Do you have any questions or anything?
Trump, you're going to fire Lisa Cook, the Fed governor, over her mortgage
I'll fire her
fraud?
if she doesn't resign. Yeah, what she did was bad. So I'll fire her if she doesn't resign.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on the FBI raid of John Bolton's home?
No, I don't know about it. I saw it on television this morning. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. He's a real sort of a lowlife. When I hired him, he served a good purpose because, as you know, he was one of the people that forced Bush to do the ridiculous bombings in the Middle East. Bolton. He wants to always kill people, and he's very bad at what he does. But he worked out great for me because every time he doesn't talk, he's like a very quiet person, except on television. If he could say something bad about Trump, he'll always do that. But he really doesn't talk. He's quiet. And I'd walk into a room with him with a foreign country, and the foreign country would give me everything because they said, I don't know, they're going to get blown up because John Bolton's there. He's not a smart guy, but he could be a very unpatriotic guy. I mean, we're going to find out. I know nothing about it. I just saw it this morning. They did a raid.
Do you expect the DOJ to brief you on this?
Yeah, they'll brief me probably today sometime.
And the foreign minister.
I tell Pam and I tell the group, I don't want to know, but just you have to do what you have to do. I don't want to know about it. It's not necessary. I could know about it. I could be the one starting it. I'm actually the chief law enforcement officer, but I feel that it's better this way.
Foreign Minister Lavrov said no meeting is planned right now between Putin and Zelensky. Absent that meeting, what are the next steps in your view?
Well, we'll see. We're going to see if Putin and Zelensky will be working together. You know, that's like oil and vinegar a little bit. They don't get along too well for obvious reasons, but we'll see. And then we'll see whether or not I would have to be there. I'd rather not. I'd rather have them have a meeting and see how they can do. But in the meantime, they continue to fight and they continue to kill people, which is very stupid because they're losing 7,000 people now. I used to tell you 5, now they're losing 7,000 people a day. 7,000 people a week. They're losing, think of that, they're losing 7,000 people on average a week, mostly soldiers. So we want to see if we can stop it. I've stopped 7 wars. I'd like to make this one I thought would have been in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty, and it's turning out to be the most difficult.
With the launching of the White House TikTok account, are you no longer concerned about privacy concerns or national security problems?
I'm really not. I think it's highly overrated. So TikTok, as you know, I used TikTok in the campaign. Some young guy named TikTok Jack. Then I won the young people by 36 points. No Republican ever wins the young people, and I won it by a lot. And I'm a fan of TikTok. My kids like TikTok. Young people love TikTok. If we can keep it going, good. And we're going to watch the security concerns. And we have buyers, American buyers. We have American buyers. And I haven't spoken to President Xi about it. At the right time when we're set, I'll do it. In the meantime, until the complexity of things work out, we just extend a little bit longer. But we have buyers. We have very substantial American buyers that want to buy it.
President Trump, would you like Congress to give you more control over DC when they return from recess?
Look, DC is a miracle what's happened. I mean, they can come up with fake numbers like the mayor is doing. Oh, no, it was going down for 20 years. You didn't live here. You know, have you been mugged? Okay. DC was a hellhole, and now it's safe. And in fact, I put out this morning, I said, I hate to say this because it doesn't sound very good, but there have been no murders in DC in the last week. That's the first time in anybody's memory that you haven't had a murder in a week. And I think the mayor has to get on the ball because we have a situation, and she's a nice woman, but I'll tell you what, she's got to get on the ball. We have, I don't want to see phony numbers. DC hit an all-time high last year of absolute total crime. And it continued pretty bad. And then we put some strength into it, got the numbers down a little bit, but we brought in the DC National Guard and we coupled them with the police, and it has been amazing. I have friends that live here, people that work in the White House, but I have friends that live here. They're all going out to dinner now. They haven't gone out in years. One man, I told this story yesterday when we were with the police and with the National Guard. We had a great little celebration, brought them hamburgers, brought them pizza, but we were with them. And I told the story about one friend, hasn't been out in 4 years to a restaurant, and now he's been out 4 nights in a row. He called me this morning, by the way. He said it's so safe. He feels like totally safe. He can walk. He's got a 10-block walk. He walks it. He wouldn't have walked those 10 blocks. He said it would be a chain of hell, he called it. He said it was just horrible. He had no chance of making it to the 10th block. And the mayor has to admit that. She can't say it was just like it hasn't been clean. Now it's going to be clean. I'm giving out a contract very soon. Susie's with me. We're going to be raising about $2 billion from Congress, and Congress is happy to do it. And we're going to wisely spend the money. We're doing it with Clark Construction. We're going to head out right from the Capitol and the White House. And if you look at a circle and go about 3 miles out, it's going to be beautiful. All those light poles, see the poles, they're rusting and they got different lenses on top. If you look, I mean, just looking at so many different problems. And we're going to have this place beautified within a period of 12 months. The streets are going to be retopped, not ripped up and rebuilt, and they're no good after they rebuild them because they start settling. We're going to take off the asphalt and put beautiful, well-done asphalt. You know, if you have a good asphalt worker, it's the greatest thing you can have, but there aren't too many of them. But I know all the good contractors. So this place will be beautified within a period of months. So it'll be safe and beautified. And then the big question is, how long do we stay? Because if we stay, we want to make sure it doesn't come back. So we have to take care of these criminals and get them out of it. We've collected hundreds of career criminals. These are career criminals. You're not going to teach them to be nice. These are probably born that way. I don't know. But they're career criminals. They're very, very dangerous people. They would love to be with you for a little while and slap you around. But I put my money on this guy. He'd take them. Right? He'd take them down so quickly. He's saying, I don't want any part of it. No, people don't want to be that. And we have over 1,000 arrests. We're taking career criminals off the streets. It's my ambition that when we're complete, we can take everybody out and you have a great capital. But people are so happy, and I don't know where they get the polls. I see polls that they're 90% in favor of what I'm doing. And then you turn to CNN, which is fake news and nobody watches it, or MSDNC, MSNBC. They changed their name now because they were so bad. But they're the worst, owned by Comcast, run by a guy named Brian Roberts, who doesn't have a clue. He's terrible, terrible manager. But they're not, I don't think, selling it. They're changing the name because they're ashamed of it. And they're disassociating it from NBC, which is also fake news. You know, they should be ashamed of that too. But a lot of fake news. I think the news is getting better. They're learning that they have no credibility. ABC, CBS was just sold to a great person that I know very well. A great man. He actually just bought CBS, and I think he's going to do the right thing with it. NBC is run terribly by Comcast. I call it Concast because it's a whole con. And you're going to see some things happening. I think you're going to see some just amazing things happening. But to me, D.C. is very exciting. And a lot of people say, well, where's he going from there? Well, I have calls from politicians begging me to go to Chicago, begging me to go to New York, begging me to go to Los Angeles. And if we didn't go to Los Angeles with Newsom, they run it so badly, I don't think we would have been able to have the Olympics. They would have ripped down that city. We went there and it stopped day one. And the chief of police in Los Angeles, when they asked him the question, he said, thank God they came, because we could not have handled what was happening. We went in, we stopped it, and that was it. So they needed help. They don't like to say it. I wish they'd say, I need help. I wish the mayor of D.C. would say, you know, we're overridden with crime and we need help, instead of saying the stats are down. I mean, they're under investigation now for fake numbers, where they fudged their numbers. And they did. There's no question about it. They said, oh, we're on a downtrend for 20 years. No, they're on an uptrend for 20 years. We are going to make D.C. totally safe. When people come from Iowa, Indiana, all of the beautiful places, and they're not going to go home in a body bag. They're not going home in a coffin. And it's very safe right now. There's been no murders since I started. And, you know, it's a terrible thing to say. Who would think that you have to say that there have been no murders? It's terrible. I wrote it this morning. I said, it's hard to say this, but it's actually good news, but it's a hell of a thing to say. There have been no murders in the last week, and nobody can remember the last time that this happened. And there won't be murders because all the thugs are hiding, or they're being sent back to their countries, or they're in jail. And it'll only get better. But we're also doing the beautification, and I just wanted to see the store because they have done a fantastic job. It's memorabilia, it's beautiful books and beautiful everything. It's really, I think the fake news ought to go in and buy some stuff and make happy. I'd pay it, but then you say I'm trying to pay you off, so I don't want to do it. I'd pay the price, but if I did that, Margot, they'd say, he's trying to pay us off, and with the fake news, we can't be bought off. So anyway, I just want to thank you all. We're going now, and I don't know if you're following. Are you following? We'll have a stop at the really beautiful what will be beautiful. Right now, I can't use bad language, but it's been so badly run. And they built these cubes outside, and there's stairways that go down to little rooms that nobody uses. It's so crazy what they did. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars. It's like throwing money out the window. They built cubes. All it does is block off the view. So I'm either going to use those cubes as a platform. You know, they go down to little stages, but nobody uses it. And we're taking care of our big, beautiful stages that people really want. And we have artists from all over the world wanting to come. I think we're signing the World Cup. The World Cup's going to have its primary office in the Kennedy Center. And again, I want to thank our board of the Kennedy Center. They have been absolutely incredible. But you may get a chance to see what we're going to do a little bit. I'll show you beautiful slabs of marble that, for the sake of cleaning and grouting, would look like they got put in yesterday by a top marble smith. So I want to thank you all, and I'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was President Trump answering questions from reporters as he is right now visiting a D.C. museum, that museum specifically focusing on the White House. And we did see that the shot has frozen, which is why we have shifted away from it. It does look like there have been some glitches on and off as we were hearing from the president speaking about the beautification of Washington, D.C. and also the federal police takeover as well. He did indicate that he's not sure how long National Guard troops will remain in Washington, D.C., because he says that he wants to make sure that D.C. crime stays down. So this is another live look. It does look like it's been restored. Unfortunately, you can see that the media rushing outside of the museum. And unfortunately, as we have been sharing with you, this live feed has glitched on and off and unfortunately does seem frozen at this time. What we are going to do is we are going to step away for a brief break, but we also want to let you know that coming up at noon Eastern time, President Trump is set to make a major announcement from the Oval Office. We will bring that to you uninterrupted as well. Meanwhile, just moments ago, as President Trump was speaking, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell speaking about interest rates, indicating that he is open to cutting them. We're going to bring you his full remarks after this. Stay with us.
She knows she's better than anybody else. You know, your parents don't live forever, so. All right, man, I gotta go. Oh, did you just buy those, or are you fans? I went there. My kid went there. Okay.
For anybody just tuning in, they raided John Bolton's Maryland home and his D.C. office this morning, supposedly over mishandling of classified information or having classified documents that he's not supposed to have. That's all we know right now. Trump just made comments from the Kennedy Center. He said that he has not been briefed on it yet. He does not know what's going on. He said he will be briefed on it, but at this time he doesn't know what's going on. But he's glad it's happening, he said, pretty much. And there's another press conference coming up real shortly. Trump said 15 minutes. It was scheduled for 12 o'clock. There's another where Trump's supposed to speak at 12 o'clock. However, he did say, I'll see you again in 15 minutes. So I don't know whether he moved it up an hour or what. But we'll see. I'm going to stay online here and stay live with you guys. And if he goes live before 12, I'll bring it to you. If not, we're just looking at live pictures of the raid. This is live right now, John Bolton's house. The FBI are inside there right now. You know, tearing his place apart looking for stuff. Yeah, I guess he won't be able to anymore, Dev. Sucks to be him, huh? Karma's finally catching up to these people.
Of our second public review of our monetary policy framework as captured in the revised statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy that we released today. When I appeared at this podium 1 year ago, the economy was at an inflection point. Our policy rate had stood at 5.25% to 5.5% for more than a year. That restrictive policy stance was appropriate to help bring down inflation and to foster a sustainable balance between aggregate demand and supply. Inflation had moved much closer to our objective, and the labor market had cooled from its formerly overheated state. Upside risks to inflation had diminished, but the unemployment rate had increased by almost a full percentage point, a development that historically has not occurred outside of recessions. Over the subsequent 3 Federal Open Market Committee meetings, we recalibrated our policy stance, setting the stage for the labor market to remain in balance near maximum employment over the past year. This year, the economy has faced new challenges. Significantly higher tariffs across our trading partners are remaking the global trading system. Tighter immigration policy has led to an abrupt slowdown in labor force growth. Over the longer run, changes in tax, spending, and regulatory policies may also have important implications for economic growth and productivity. There is significant uncertainty about where all of these policies will eventually settle and what their lasting effects on the economy will be. Changes in trade and immigration policies are affecting both demand and supply. In this environment, distinguishing cyclical developments from trend or structural developments is difficult. This distinction is critical because monetary policy can work to stabilize cyclical fluctuations, but can do little to alter structural changes. The labor market is a case in point. The July employment report released earlier this month showed that payroll job growth slowed to an average pace of only 35,000 per month over the past 3 months, down from 168,000 per month during 2024. This slowdown is much larger than assessed just a month ago, as the earlier figures for May and June were revised down substantially. But it does not appear that the slowdown in job growth has opened up a large margin of slack in the labor market, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2%, and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process. It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation.
About 10 minutes ago, I saw at least 10 FBI agents come out of the home. They took the 3 cars out of the driveway, put them in.
Sharp tightening in our policy stance, as this slide will show. When it became clear this was not the case, we responded forcefully, raising our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points over 16 months. That action, combined with the unwinding of pandemic supply disruptions, contributed to inflation moving much closer to our target without the painful rise in unemployment that has accompanied previous efforts to counter high inflation. This year's review considered how economic conditions have evolved over the past 5 years. During this period, we saw that the inflation situation can change rapidly in the face of large shocks. In addition, interest rates are now substantially higher than was the case during the era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. With inflation above target, our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. We cannot say for certain where rates will settle out over the longer run, but their neutral rate may now be higher than during the 2010s, reflecting changes in productivity, demographics, fiscal policy, and other factors that affect the balance between saving and investment. During the review, we discussed how the 2020 statement's focus on the ELB may have complicated communications about our response to high inflation. We concluded that the emphasis on an overly specific set of economic conditions may have led to some confusion, and as a result, we made several important changes to the consensus statement to reflect that insight. First, we removed language indicating that the ELB was a defining feature of the economic landscape. Instead, we noted that our monetary policy strategy is designed to promote maximum employment and stable prices across a broad range of economic conditions. The difficulty of operating near the ELB remains a potential concern, but it is not our primary focus. The revised statement reiterates that the committee is prepared to use its full range of tools to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals, particularly if the federal funds rate is constrained by the ELB. Second, We returned to a framework of flexible inflation targeting and eliminated the makeup strategy. As it turned out, the idea of an intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved irrelevant. There was nothing intentional or moderate about the inflation that arrived a few months after we announced our 2020 changes to the consensus statement, as I acknowledged publicly in 2021. Well-anchored inflation expectations were critical to our success in bringing down inflation without a sharp increase in unemployment. Anchored expectations promote the return of inflation to target when adverse shocks drive inflation higher and limit the risk of deflation when the economy weakens. Further, they allow monetary policy to support maximum employment in economic downturns without compromising price stability. Our revised statement emphasizes our commitment to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored to the benefit of both sides of our dual mandate. It also notes that price stability is essential for a sound and stable economy and supports the well-being of all Americans. This theme came through loud and clear at our Fed Listens events. The past 5 years have been a painful reminder of the hardship that high inflation imposes, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of necessities. Third, our 2020 statement said that we would mitigate shortfalls rather than deviations from maximum employment. The use of shortfalls reflected the insight that our real-time assessments of the natural rate of unemployment, and hence of maximum employment, are highly uncertain. The later years of the post-global financial crisis recovery featured employment running for an extended period above mainstream estimates of its sustainable level, along with inflation running persistently below our 2% target. In the absence of inflationary pressures, it might not be necessary to tighten policy based solely on uncertain real-time estimates of the natural rate of unemployment. We still have that view, but our use of the term shortfalls was not always interpreted as intended, raising communications challenges. In particular, the use of shortfalls was not intended as
how much longer this is going to go. But as you pointed out, well, this is a national security investigation. We've been told that by sources. We also are told, Kristen Holmes has been told that it does relate to his 2020 book. You'll remember, of course, that the president accused Bolton of mishandling classified information, of revealing classified information.
tightness. Accordingly, we removed shortfalls from our statement. Instead, the revised document now states more precisely that the committee recognizes that employment may run at times above real-time assessments of maximum employment without necessarily creating risks to price stability. Of course, preemptive action would likely be warranted if tightness in the labor market or other factors pose risks to price stability. The revised statement also notes that maximum employment is the highest level of employment that can be achieved on a sustained basis in a context of price stability. This focus on promoting a strong labor market underscores the principle that durably achieving maximum employment fosters broad-based economic opportunities and benefits for all Americans. The feedback we received at Fed Listens events reinforced the value of a strong labor market for American households, employers, and communities. Fourth, consistent with the removal of shortfalls, we made changes to clarify our approach in periods where our employment and inflation objectives are not complementary. In those circumstances, we will follow a balanced approach in promoting them. The revised statement now more closely aligns with the original 2012 language. We take into account the extent of departures from our goals and the potentially different time horizons over which each is projected to return to a level consistent with our dual mandate. These principles guide our policy decisions today, as they did in the 2022 to 24 period, when the departure from our 2% inflation target was the overriding concern. In addition to these changes, there is a great deal of continuity with past statements. The document continues to explain how we interpret the mandate Congress has given us and describes the policy framework that we believe will best promote maximum employment and price stability. We continue to believe that monetary policy must be forward-looking and consider the lags in its effects on the economy. For this reason, our policy actions depend on the economic outlook and the balance of risks to that outlook. We continue to believe that setting a numerical goal for employment is unwise because the maximum level of employment is not directly measurable and changes over time for reasons unrelated to monetary policy. We also continue to view a longer run inflation rate of 2% as most consistent with our dual mandate goals. We believe that our commitment to this target is a key factor, helping keep longer term inflation expectations well anchored. Experience has shown that 2% inflation is low enough to ensure that inflation is not a concern in household and business decision making, while also providing a central bank with some policy flexibility to provide accommodation during economic downturns. Finally, the revised consensus statement retained our commitment to conduct a public review roughly every 5 years. There's nothing magic about the 5-year pace. That frequency allows policymakers to reassess structural features of the economy and to engage with the public, practitioners, and academics on the performance of our framework. It is also consistent with several global peers. To wrap up, I want to thank President Schmid and all of his great Kansas City staff who work so diligently to host this outstanding event annually, counting a couple of virtual appearances during the pandemic. This is the 8th time I've had the honor to speak from this podium. Each year, this symposium offers the opportunity for Fed leaders to hear ideas from leading economic thinkers and focus on the challenges we face. The Kansas City Fed was very wise to lure Chair Volcker here to this national park more than 40 years ago, and I am so proud to be part of that tradition. Thank you very much.
So we were hearing there from Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell as you're taking a live look here at the stock market. And I did want to share that with you after Powell indicated that he is open to cutting interest rates, although he did not give a specific timeline for doing so. Now, he has been resistant in the past, and that's come against some resistance and some criticism from President Trump. Right now, a live look here at the Dow Jones Index rebounding and responding quite well, now up 865 points. We are going to step away for a brief break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more to come.
Well, I'm going to mention the car stuff as the outcome. So this is just going to be... I just want to be in the right spot so I can point. So I can come here and then... Okay. Or there's a sock. Does it work where... you were zoomed in, would you see that black car? Or no, it's kind of... Oh, great. Yeah. Then let's then let's not do that. Yeah, FBI agents arrived around 7 this morning. I've seen the agents and the FBI windbreakers go in and out of the home. At one point, I saw them carrying empty boxes inside the home only for national security advisors. The FBI tells us agents are conducting court-authorized activity, and there's no threat to public safety, and they offered no further comment. But take a look at this encrypted post on X made just after the raid started from former FBI Director Matthew House.
live now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. We are following some breaking news out of Detroit, Michigan, and I did want to share this with you. This is from moments ago as police are responding to a possible shooting at a local hospital right there. The very latest from Fox 2 Detroit says that this is at Henry Ford Hospital right here. The latest news is that there is a major police presence at Henry Ford Hospital. All of this taking place early this morning. Officers had responded to this area for a possible shooting at the hospital. Meanwhile, there was a separate unrelated shooting that unfolded earlier in the morning in the area nearby. Detroit police saying that one person died, another receiving treatment for a shooting there at around 5 a.m. local time. And our Fox 2 Detroit team is providing breaking news coverage. Let's listen in.
Okay, we are following breaking news in Detroit right now. Sources telling us that police are responding to reports of a possible shooting at Henry Ford Hospital. Robin Murdoch is live at the scene right now, and I think we're going to go back to Robin because she is just learning information right now in the moment. Robin, we're taking live pictures from the sky right now. So
hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, sorry, I stepped away from the camera for just a second because I was getting a phone call from one of my sources, and I am able to confirm that right now it does appear that at least one person was shot here at Henry Ford Hospital earlier this morning. It does look like the search for the gun person, the armed person, is still ongoing at this hour, so that we're still working on that situation. A very active scene out here at Henry Ford Hospital this morning. We are expecting that the chief is going to be headed down here shortly to give us an update, to share exactly what he knows about the investigation at this point. But again, very hectic scene out here right around 10 o'clock or so this morning. We saw a rush of police vehicles headed down here to Henry Ford Hospital. We just happened to be here covering a different story. Since we have been here, we have just seen a SWAT vehicle come in, a heavily, a heavy armored SWAT vehicle. We've seen a number of police officers. We've seen armed officers out here. At one point, the hospital was on lockdown, and we were just told that the lockdown has been lifted. Still, there is a lot of activity out here at Henry Ford Hospital following a shooting this morning, and my sources are confirming at least one person was shot this morning as a result of the situation out here. Unclear what is going on with the armed person, with the person who fired that weapon. We're still working to learn more about that. But again, the chief of police is expected to be out here shortly, and we should have some confirmed information, some more detailed information. A lot of people just wandering around here right now. Just can't believe that there's yet another shooting here in Detroit, and of all places at a hospital here in Detroit. So we're going to stay out here, kind of keep an eye on the situation. We will bring you new details as they come to light, and hopefully we'll have some new information for you shortly. For now, we are live outside Henry Ford Hospital. I'm going to send it right back to you guys.
All right, Robin. So what we know right now is that the shooter is possibly still on the loose. The hospital is the lockdown has been lifted. And the shooting happened, do we know where? Because we know earlier we reported on shootings happening outside the hospital. Do we know where this shooting happened?
It's very unclear right now, Dina. I'm just trying to get little bits of information here and there, getting investigators to share whatever information that they can with me right now. And all I've been able to get is that it appears at least one person has been shot. Not sure if it happened where inside of the hospital, if it happened off location. Of course, we're still hoping to get some of those answers. But everybody just trying to figure out exactly what is going on this morning out here, and you can definitely feel the intensity out here as these officers rush to the scene and investigate and try and take part in whatever is happening out here.
And Robin, as you continue to try to get information, we know, first of all, how hard you're working and how difficult it is to get information right in the moment. Have you been able to clarify whether or not they believe the gunman is still inside the hospital, or is he outside of the area? Is that why that lockdown was in place, and has that been lifted?
initially you mentioned how.
That is unclear to me, Marielle. I'm still trying to figure that out. All I was able to learn is that it appears that the search for this gunman continues at this hour. They did not say whether they believe that the person is still on the campus of the hospital, where they may be. They just mentioned that the search does continue right now. But again, the chief of police is expected to be down here shortly. I understand there's going to be a staging area not too far from here, a couple blocks down. So hopefully we will have some new information for you in just a little bit.
And Robin, there was a shooting there we reported on this morning outside of the hospital or near the hospital earlier this morning, much earlier this morning. Do we have any indication if these are connected in any way?
Walk around and see if they're.
No, I haven't heard anything about that, Ryan. But yeah, that is exactly why we just happened to be here at the right time. I was covering a double shooting that actually happened about a mile away from Henry Ford Hospital. Happened around 5 o'clock this morning. The victims actually drove themselves to the hospital in their shot up SUV. And so we just happened to be here at the hospital trying to talk to people and put together a story for our 11 o'clock newscast when all of a sudden we saw a rush of police officers descending on Henry Ford Hospital. And that is when we learned about the possible shooting, which we now know has been confirmed that at least one person was shot after some sort of incident inside the hospital this morning. Back to you.
Robin, that story from earlier, 2 men in a vehicle in the area of West Grand River and Linwood, as you point out, and someone pulled alongside of them and started shooting. So you do wonder, and we will eventually find out if there's any connection between that, which happened close by to where you are. One man was killed in that, the other one being treated. If you can grab anyone, we're going to stick with you. And I know you're struggling to get information, so feel free to grab anyone you can as we try to learn more with you in real time here. And we're talking about the main campus of Henry Ford Hospital because, of course, there are many satellite locations that are Henry Ford locations, but this is the main campus of Henry Ford, where police are reporting one person has been shot.
And Robin, you've covered enough of these stories. Does it feel a little unusual that they have not yet caught this suspected gunman, but the lockdown has been lifted? Does that feel unusual?
It's tough to say, Ryan, perhaps they may have caught someone in, the meantime. It's really tough to say at this point, the way that the information is funneling in right now. Obviously, if the hospital is going to lift a lockdown, they must feel pretty confident about the situation, must feel pretty confident that nobody is in danger. Obviously, they are not going to lift a lockdown if they believe that people are in harm's way. So it would appear to me that if this lockdown is lifted, that the situation should be under control somewhat, that at least if they do not have the suspect in custody yet, they must have a good idea as to where the suspect is. But again, all of this, just kind of happening as we are talking right now. We are hoping to get some more detailed information from the chief of police. From what I understand, maybe in about 15 minutes or so, he should be down here, and hopefully he'll be able to go live with us and share what he knows about this very intense situation out here at Henry Ford Hospital. I will say that I've talked to, a couple people just walking by earlier asking me what is going on. And when I said to them that police were looking into a possible shooting here, they just said, oh my goodness, another shooting in Detroit. We have just had so many of them lately in all parts of the city. But I gotta say, I do not remember where there has been one at the hospital itself. There have been situations in which, we've seen victims drive themselves to the hospital after being shot, but I cannot remember covering a shooting that actually happened at the hospital. So when the chief of police does speak upon this, everybody will be paying very, very close attention to try and figure out exactly what happened, what led up to at least one person being shot here at Henry Ford Hospital a couple of hours ago.
And Robin, I was there not too long ago shooting a story, and I'm trying to recall the exact security that is in place at these hospitals. Henry Ford Hospital, it's a beautiful, there are sections of the building that are just historic and beautiful, and you wonder about entryways, access that somebody might have. And so all those are questions that need to be answered, is what security is in place in such a massive campus too. So I think we're gonna take a break so you can go and grab whatever information you can get, and we will check back with you in just a few minutes, Robin. Thank you.
And we do thank our Fox 2 Detroit team for that coverage, as we now know that the lockdown has been lifted at Henry Ford Hospital there in Detroit, Michigan. At least one person shot, but it does appear because the lockdown has been lifted, that threat now over. We are expecting to hear from the police chief at some point to learn more information about the victim and the suspect and any possible connection between the two. We're going to provide you with all updates as we receive them. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a break. We'll be right back.
His spirit will remain within us. In every act of service, in every moment of courage, and every kindness shared. Officer David Rose, we thank you. We honor you. And though you are gone from our sight, you will never be gone from our hearts. Rest easy, brother. We will take it from here.
Thank you for those words, Chief Pedrick. I would like to welcome Sergeant Trey Jones to the stage, please. Sergeant Jones was the lead instructor for Officer Rose's Academy class, Class 138.
Good morning.
As Major Wallace mentioned, my name is Sergeant T.G. Jones. I had the distinct honor of being the lead instructor for the 138th Police Academy, an academy in which obviously Officer Rose stood out early because he quickly became the class leader of. For those who understand the weight of that role, being a class leader is no small feat. It means being held to the highest standard constantly. As a class leader, you are expected to lead from the front and never from the rear. You're the example your fellow recruits look to in every aspect, whether it's academia, physical endurance, mental fortitude, or professionalism. You are asked to carry yourself with confidence often before you even fully grasp the responsibility the badge you're training to wear. There is no margin for error. And yet, David Rose answered that call, although I admit I had to persuade him a little bit. Even before the academy officially begins, potential recruits go through an orientation where they meet the rest of the academy staff along with myself. I remember that day clearly standing in front of the room, giving my usual speech, scanning the faces of those who would soon begin one of the toughest journeys of their lives. And Rose was one who stood out. Afterwards, I remember turning to my secondary instructor at the time and whispering to him, "That's my class leader." Now, for context, we typically don't choose a class leader until about week 4 to 6 of the academy. It takes time to observe to see who naturally rises to the top under pressure. But with Rose, there wasn't a question. He carried himself with a calm presence, a quiet confidence, and a clear sense of purpose that made it undeniable he was going to lead. Not just in title, but in every action, every single day. And he did just that. Over the 6 months of the academy, Officer Rose proved to me without question he was the finest recruit I ever had the pleasure of training. He was unshakable. His attitude towards the process never wavered. From day one to graduation, he remained mentally tough, respectful, and fully committed. He welcomed adversity, not with resistance, but with that trademark grin that you see behind me. Every single day, he showed up with purpose, determined not to just get through the academy, but to master it. And he did exactly that. His discipline, drive, and focus quickly set the tone for the entire class. His example pulled all the other recruits forward. He didn't allow distractions to steer him off course. And in that discipline, I saw something deeper. A glimpse of who he was beyond the uniform. He wasn't just some recruit. He was a man with a clear sense of purpose, someone who held what mattered to him close to his heart. Rose was a private man in many ways, but when you spend 6 months with someone every day, you begin to understand who they are and what they truly value. I shared this with his wife, Mariana, not long ago. There were 3 things he talked about regularly during training. First was food. The man could eat. Secondly was his Yamaha R1 motorcycle. And third, and most importantly, was his wife and children. He was proud to be a family man, and that grin that I mentioned always showed up whenever a sentence started or ended with the words, "my wife." Those values he carried, love of family and quiet dedication, resonated with me. Over time, Rose and I bonded beyond the academy classes. First over food, then talking about family, and eventually basketball. After he graduated, many of our Sundays were spent together, surrounded by friends and fellow officers, playing basketball at a local church. And just when I thought to myself, there's no way he could be good at everything, there he was flying across the court, guarding the toughest players with the relentless defense he had. And if you let him tell it, scoring at will when his team needed to. And nearly every Sunday, 2 familiar faces could be found sitting in the bleachers. His wife and son. I remember glancing over at them one day thinking, what wife willingly sits through a pickup game just to watch her husband run up and down a court for free? But then it hit me. That's what love and commitment looks like. That's the mark of a family man. To him, there was no such thing as off the clock when it came to being a husband and father. His family wasn't just a priority. They were his purpose. That's the lasting image I will always carry with me of Officer Rose. A man devoted to his values, grounded in family, and giving his full heart to everything he did, whether in uniform, on the court, or at home. The world lost a truly remarkable man when we lost Officer David Rose. His absence will be deeply felt, and the days ahead won't be easy for us. But in those difficult moments, I encourage you to hold on to the impact he had in your life. Whether it was something profound that changed your perspective forever, or something as simple as a passing grin that lifted your spirits for just a moment. Lastly, I want to say that I know without a doubt, Rose would be deeply grateful for the love, support, and strength you've shown his family during this incredibly difficult time. On behalf of the Rose family, please accept their most sincere and heartfelt thank you. Your kindness has meant more than words could truly ever express. Thank you.
And we are hearing from family and friends of fallen officer David Rose right there as we continue to listen into this. And I did also want to share a QR code with you as we continue to listen in right here. We are carrying this uninterrupted on our YouTube stream. That is the QR code right there on the left-hand side of your screen. We invite you to scan it and you can watch the entire memorial service there on our YouTube stream. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a brief break as we continue our coverage. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 11:34 Eastern, 8:34 Pacific. And we did want to let you know, as you're taking a live look here at the White House, coming up at noon Eastern time, President Trump will be making an announcement from the Oval Office. We will be carrying his announcement and all remarks in their entirety as they happen. So we did want to let you know that we are monitoring all of the live feeds. We don't have a live look yet from the Oval Office, but as soon as we do so, we of course will let you know. I also wanted to bring your attention to the QR code there on the left-hand side of your screen. As we were airing earlier, there is a public memorial service happening right now for a fallen DeKalb County police officer, David Rose. That is happening in Atlanta, Georgia. We were carrying it for you. We also have a dedicated YouTube stream if you would like to watch the entire memorial service. And so all you have to do is scan the QR code right there, and it's going to take you directly to that funeral service. We also have another major event happening right now, and that takes us out to Austin, Texas. This is a live look right here from the Texas Senate floor, as we are expecting a vote to be happening soon, as the Texas Senate will be voting on the new redistricting map. And so we did want to listen in, as this continues to be a very contentious issue, not just in Texas, but around the nation.
To CD9, why does the map shift 2 sets of population in the same city back and forth like that?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood your question. Could you walk me through that again?
Okay, so the plan, your plan, shifts the population in Baytown. Baytown is from CD9 to CD36, and then shifts some nearby population in Baytown from CD36 to CD9. So I'm just curious what the reason was for that shift.
Well, the best answer that I can provide you is in CD9, of course, because of the way it's drawn today, it is more compact on the standard measures for compactness, but also the changes that were made in the greater Houston area were made for the purpose of improving partisan performance. And as you know, CD9 should now perform as a Republican district.
Okay, because I know before y'all were talking about that district being a Latino opportunity district.
I haven't ever talked about that.
The original plan, okay. The HCVAP population of CD9 after your amendment is just barely over 50%. CVAP. Do you know what happened?
Which district?
In CD9? So after your amendment, it's barely over 50%. You know what drove that or how that happened?
And you're referring to CVAP?
Yes.
Okay, of course, CVAP is citizen voting age population. CVAP is really not census data. This map is drawn, and the only way it can be legally drawn is on the 2020 census data. CVAP is an estimate that's done annually. It's considered very problematic for a lot of reasons. So typically in redistricting, it's not something that someone will want to rely on. But again, I haven't looked at any racial data, and I haven't looked at CVAP. And really, there's no reason to look at racial data or CVAP. The simplest, easiest way to draw a map for political performance is to look at election data, at voting data with regard to Republican and Democrat votes. And when you do that, there's simply no need to look at racial data. And you certainly I don't think, want to look at something as unreliable as CVAP. So I haven't looked at CVAP. I couldn't tell you what it is. And I haven't looked at any racial data with regard to any of the districts in Texas.
I have a hard time believing that you or anybody that had anything to do with the drawing of the map did not look at racial numbers, demographics.
All I can tell you is, of course, I didn't draw the map. I adopted the House map as it came over and filed it. SB4 had been filed as a companion to it. But I can tell you that our council have looked over it. Other council has looked over it. It is legal under all applicable law. And again, frankly, there is absolutely no reason to look at racial data when you're trying to improve political performance. The best measure of that is whether people have been voting Republican or Democrat. And if you want to draw a map and the goal is political performance, then that's what you look at. There's no reason to look at racial data. And frankly, I think in many cases it's problematic or illegal to do so.
Okay, let's move on to some. Now we're kind of getting a little into the weeds, but this is about certain precincts. The map drawer, whoever that is, and we'll get to that in a bit, split election precinct 414 4 different times. That's a lot of fours, but precinct 414 was split 4 different times. What was the purpose of carving up that precinct?
You know, there's a dozen different ways you can draw when you get down to the minutia in a map, and I don't know why the House took that direction and their counsel in that. Again, when I looked at the House map, it met my 3 goals of it being legal, of it improving political performance, and advancing compactness. And so I am recommending that the map to the Senate today.
Okay. The map drawer, whoever he or she is, also split election precincts 533 and 386 in the same area. Do you have any idea what the purpose of was for splitting those precincts?
No, my answer would be the same. When you get down to that nuance level, it would be the same as the previous one.
Okay. Let's talk about the origin of the map before changes to the C2333. You said that you worked on the House map. I'm sorry, you said that you took the House map and filed it because it met your goals and had stalled in the House.
All right,
and
so
you've stated what your goals were. What data did you look at to confirm that the House plan met your goals?
all right, so are you asking about, I mean, HB4 is the only thing before us today, and that's what you're referring to? All right. So I reviewed some of the political performance stats that were provided to me myself, that were provided to me. I consulted with our legal counsel. And I mean, it's very clear as you review the map and you look at, and I can, you know, particularly those 5 districts, if you want, we can talk about how in the last election and previous elections, that district would perform if it was drawn today. That's very easy information for anyone to get.
Okay, but in terms of drawing the map, you don't have any more details on how and why the map was drawn as it was because Rep. Hunter handled it on the floor?
All right. So I did want to just at least dip into this as soon the Texas Senate will be voting on the redistricting map. However, I also wanted to transition to this live look right here as we are expecting an update on the NYPD officer who was shot earlier in Queens, New York. You can see the background saying Jamaica Hospital Medical Center. We do know that the officer was alert and conscious after being shot, and we do see that a number of officials are now walking up and lining up behind that podium. So we do anticipate this update to get underway right now. But I did want to share the very latest from Fox 5 New York as we do await this live update right here. An NYPD officer was shot in Queens early this morning. It happened at around 8:52 a.m. Eastern time near 14301 22nd Road. Officials say that the officer is conscious and alert, and we do see Mayor Eric Adams speaking at the podium.
Today we are reminded once more of the risk every man and woman that performs public safety in the city, specifically the members of the New York City Police Department, faces when they put on the uniform and that badge, especially with our current state laws that allow for a revolving door of criminal activity. And for dangerous people to be put back on our streets after they have committed crimes, and as recently as yesterday, and on parole, it just sends a terrible signal to our public and a terrible symbol to the men and women who repeatedly attempt to apprehend and ensure our city is a safe place. Patrol officers from the 109th precinct responded to a carjacking of an Uber driver. While at the location, on-duty narcotics detectives from Queens South, who were headed back to their office after executing a search warrant, came across the incident and stopped to help the apprehension. During the apprehension, one detective from Queens South Narcotics was shot twice, wounded in the arm and the leg. At this time, it appears this was a friendly fire incident. Thankful these injuries are not life-threatening, and we expect him to make a full recovery. We just visited his mom and his wife, who is expecting a child at this time, and it was a relief to them that their loved one will be okay. And I want to thank him for his bravery when I visit him. He's now in surgery and his 12 years of service. Right now, one perpetrator is in custody and will face justice in the court of law. But I want to be clear, regardless of who shot our detectives, there's one person responsible for starting the chain of events that landed us in the hospital today. This is a man who should have been behind bars, not on our streets. He's a 28-year-old recidivist with a lengthy rap sheet of robbery and assaulting officers, who was on parole for a robbery that took place in March and was literally arrested again and released yesterday with a desk appearance ticket. Before going out to attempt a carjacking in Queens, he walked out of one of our criminal justice locations. This is a definition, I believe, of insanity. Arresting the same people over and over again and expecting different results. NYPD is gathering more information about the crime, but it's clear that this individual has no business walking free and endangering New Yorkers. From day one, this administration has been focused on driving down crime and have delivered results over and over again. But we need help from our lawmakers. We cannot allow repeated offenders to commit repeated violent acts in our city. We know the reality of what that means, and we know what it means to prepare our officers for this dangerous work. They're training hard and taking risks. They run towards dangers while others run away. We call them New York finest for a reason, and we saw that today. And we're going to continue to support them as they do their job. I want to turn it over to Commissioner to give a full details of the events.
Thank you, sir. The information that I am about to provide is preliminary and subject to change. At this point, here's what we know. Earlier this morning, as detectives assigned to Queens South Narcotics were returning to their command after performing a search warrant in the 113 precinct. They encountered officers from the 109 precinct along the side of the Whitestone Expressway near 22nd Road, engaging a suspect. That job began when an Uber driver in a black Toyota Highlander was parked just off the service road of the Whitestone Expressway at approximately 8:52 a.m. A male approaches the vehicle, announces a robbery, and displays what appears to be a firearm to the driver. The driver exits the vehicle and is assaulted by the perp. The driver calls 911 to report the carjacking a minute later at 8:53 a.m. The perp attempts to drive away, but the victim still has the vehicle's keys, forcing the perp to immediately return and collide with another car at the location. The perp then assaults the victim a second time in an effort to retrieve the keys, tackling the victim to the ground. Having retrieved the keys, the perp starts to slowly drive away and makes a right-hand turn onto 22nd Road. At this point, officers from the 109 are responding to the victim's 911 call about the robbery in progress. They engage the car in an attempt to make an apprehension. Detectives assigned to Queens South Narcotics see the patrol officers attempting to make the apprehension and try to assist by blocking the car in. At 8:57 a.m., officers discharge their firearms. The perp is not hit, but one of our officers assigned to Queens South Narcotics is struck one time in the right hand and one time in the left leg. He was removed here to Jamaica Hospital. This incident is recorded on body-worn camera. Blessedly, as the mayor said, our officer is in stable condition and is both conscious and alert. I am pleased to report that I met with him and his family, and he is in good spirits. He is in surgery now. The perpetrator is uninjured and was taken into custody. At this time, this incident appears to be friendly fire, as we did not recover a firearm from the perpetrator on scene. The perp in this incident is identified as 28-year-old Kevin Dubuisson. Mr. Dubuisson has a lengthy violent criminal history with 10 career unsealed arrests, including multiple knife-point robberies and multiple assaults on police officers. At just 28 years old, he is a 4-time convicted felon. Mr. Dubuisson is currently out on parole for robbery after being released from prison in March of this year, and was actually arrested just yesterday for theft of service in Manhattan and released with only a desk appearance ticket. Importantly, prior to the criminal justice reforms of 2020, an individual out on parole would not be eligible for a DAT. Mr. Dubuisson also has documented EDP history with the department. Prior to the incident with the Uber driver, at approximately 8:40 a.m. this morning, Mr. Dubuisson attempted to steal a car from a mobile gas station on Parsons Boulevard and 20th Avenue, but was scared off by employees there. Then, 2 minutes later, he attempts to carjack a female on Parsons Boulevard, just steps away from the gas station, but the victim's husband runs outside and scares him off. It was then that he encountered the Uber driver on the service road along the Whitestone Expressway. This chain of events, which could have ended quite differently, began because a career criminal, a person who has terrorized victims for nearly a decade, was allowed to continue his violent spree. It is unconscionable that a violent predicate felon who pled guilty to 2 more robberies was out on the streets to commit his crimes today. That is criminal justice reform for you. I want to thank the entire staff of Jamaica Hospital. They are taking excellent care of our officer. And this is just another reminder of the dangerous situations that our cops confront every single time they put that uniform on. We are praying for a speedy recovery and hope to see our officer home with his family soon. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn it over to Scott.
Good morning. My name is Scott Moran. I'm the Detective Endowment Association president. I have a message for Albany. Come off your vacation now, get up in Albany, and let's start working to protect our police, our detectives that are out there working every day. In fact, this detective, thank God he's okay today. Okay, he was out working, protecting the people of City of New York this morning, executing a search warrant. And now he's sitting upstairs in surgery. We need your help in Albany. It's just not about retaining police officers. We want police officers to be safe. That's what we're here. We want them to be safe. Just like the people of New York, we want to be safe. But we want our police officers safe. And it's about time that the legislators, it's about time Albany gets together, the Assembly and the Senate, with the governor, and start working on this. Get this fixed. It needs to be fixed right away. That should be on your first thing on your agenda back in the next couple weeks. It actually should be started tomorrow, right now. Let's get this done. I'd like to thank the hospital, everybody, the doctors, everybody that's done a great job with our people here. We don't want to plan funerals. That's not what we're here for. We're here to protect the city of New York. Now we need your help, Albany. Thank you.
questions on the topic.
The firearm you mentioned, was that a detail in the 911 call? The flashed potential firearm that wasn't recovered on scene?
Yeah, so the two different 911 calls that we looked at, the one female from the gas station, she describes what appeared to be a firearm, and the male, the Uber driver, describes that the male perpetrator was armed with a weapon.
So he was never found with that gun?
That's correct.
Chief, is it yet clear if the officer who fired realized the narcotic officers were in fact police? And can you describe the layout? Was this a ricochet off a vehicle that the officer was in the line of fire?
Yeah, crime scene's going through that right now. We'll get the trajectory of who fired what round, but what it appears is that there was a crossfire incident. The narcotics detectives were in the front of the perpetrator car. The 109 patrol was in the rear. Right now, it appears 3 officers from patrol fired.
Can you tell us anything about the officer you mentioned? His wife is pregnant, you know, he's from, how old is?
That's it.
No.
That's all there is.
That's
Okay. Anything else? Let me just go one more time. Go ahead, Rob.
For both the mayor and the commissioner. So regarding him being released following the arrest yesterday, I mean, in all likelihood, even pre-reform, he would have been arraigned and released. But is there anything about his release in March that's particularly troubling beyond the fact that he was?
Yeah, this was a guy who was a violent predicate felon, arrested 2 more times thereafter. He should not have been out on our streets this morning.
Thank you guys so much.
That's the very latest from the NYPD as they're giving an update on an officer who was shot this morning in an apparent friendly fire incident. So we were hearing a little bit more detail on this as police were responding to a carjacking and assault early this morning in Queens, New York. The perpetrator then took off in the victim's vehicle. That is when police responded to the incident, and one of the officers engaged and did shoot accidentally one of the other officers right there. The officer who was shot was taken into surgery after being wounded in the hand and the leg. He is expected to make a full recovery. And of course, the incident is ongoing right there. We are also following a number of other incidents. And I did want to head over to our Fox 2 Detroit team as they continue to follow some breaking news there. As we now know that a suspect shot his ex-wife at the Henry Ford Hospital, and they are now searching for that suspect. Let's listen into that. All right. So as soon as we did that, unfortunately, they dipped out to a commercial, but we do have a live look from outside the hospital right here as we are following additional information right here. This is the very latest from Detroit, Michigan right here, as we do know that police were responding after at least one person was shot at this hospital right here. The lockdown has been lifted. This is happening at Henry Ford Hospital. So I did want to get to the very latest from Fox 2 Detroit as we do await their continuing coverage to resume right here. The very latest from them is that a gunman killed his ex-wife before fleeing. So right now, police are trying to track down that suspect who they've identified as Mario Green. There was a major police presence reported at this hospital this morning after that woman was shot. The facility went into lockdown momentarily. That lockdown has since been lifted, and we are continuing to dip into our Fox 2 Detroit coverage for additional information as they have been there out on the scene throughout the morning. Once they resume their coverage, we're going to dip back in at least momentarily, and you can actually see the reporter right there getting ready for the live shot. So we're going to head to that in just a moment, but we also wanted you to be aware of this. This is a live look there at the White House, and coming up really any moment now, we are expecting to hear from President Trump from the Oval Office as he is set to give an update, an announcement of some sort. Now, no indication, the White House didn't share exactly what he might be speaking on, but we did want to bring that to you as we continue to follow that. As soon as we have a look inside the Oval Office, of course, we're going to transition to that, but we wanted to let you know that we do anticipate an update from the president, a major announcement of some sort to get underway in just a matter of moments. Meanwhile, we are continuing to follow a number of stories, and I also, as we do await Fox 2 Detroit to get back up right here, we do want to give you the very latest on a number of other stories there as well. This is a live look right here from outside the house of John Bolton right here. This is a story that we have been continuing to cover throughout the morning right here as the FBI is searching his home. John Bolton served in President Trump's first administration as national security advisor, but then became critical of the president as part of an investigation into the handling of classified information. You can see this is the exterior of the home, and at least for now, it does look like it is quiet for now as we continue to follow this. Bolton was not detained and has not been charged with any crimes. That's according to a person who spoke to the Associated Press on the condition of anonymity. So we are continuing to follow all of these developing news stories and breaking news as we continue to follow all of that. In the meantime, we are going to head back to Fox 2 Detroit as they continue their breaking news coverage.
First of all, phenomenal job, because it's so difficult to be on the scene when something is happening and then still be able to get all the information from police. We see it looks like police might be there on the scene as well, so we'll kick it off to you.
Yeah, so we are joined by Commander, is that right? Deputy Chief Arnold. I'm sorry, I have the wrong title. Deputy Chief, what can you tell us? Kind of give us an overview and kind of give me the latest.
About 10 a.m. we had a call that we had an active shooter at Henry Ford Hospital. Units got to the scene. We started an investigation. We started going right into our active shooter protocols. We were able to go into the building, locate a female who was shot fatally, and then we were able to build out the story from there. Currently, we're still clearing the hospital to make sure there are no other victims possibly located anywhere else in the hospital. And from all the information in the video we received, the suspect he fled the location prior to us getting here. When the officers got here, you can see we still have the area pretty much cordoned off. We are putting out information that our suspect is in his 50s. His name is Mario Green. He fled this location in a white Charger, I'm sorry. So that's pretty much where we are right now. So we're looking for him. We know who he is. We have his identity, and we'll be probably releasing this picture to the media very soon.
Yeah, and I do believe we have that picture. I know described as 6'4", wearing black, a gold chain, pink backpack. Obviously, that is someone who would definitely stand out in the crowd if he's still wearing that, and also because he is so tall.
Yes, that's 100% true.
And obviously, you guys have cleared. You know that he's not here, but I imagine using all your assets trying to find him throughout the entire Metro Detroit area and beyond.
That's exactly correct. Here we have a lot of federal partners. We have the ATF, we have state police, we have Southfield police, we have police from all agencies here, as well as the fire department here at this location. But we're also actively looking for him in a couple of different locations as well.
What should people do if they see him, if they know him, anything? What is your advice to the public right now?
So if you see him, if you see Mario Green, if you see his vehicle, call 911. Let him know where you saw him, what he's doing, and that's all we ask.
And I have to say, too, that, you know, the level of commitment, how quickly you guys have worked on this case. I mean, it's impressive. At the end of the day, I said, you know, earlier in our last show that it's horrible that this woman was killed. But the fact that you guys figured out who he was, got a picture out to the media, got the plate out to the media, got the description, you know, that says a lot for your department.
Yes. And again, our department put a lot into it, but we had a lot of help. Michigan State Police, the ATF, we had a lot of assistance with this. We all know how important it is to secure our local infrastructures, hospitals being one of the most important. So we want to make sure everybody knows that they are safe and that we will respond quickly to any issue that we have.
Anything else that you want to update us on? Obviously, right now, this scene has been cleared, and that's why we're seeing police. We're seeing people behind us right now hugging. I don't know if those are family members of the victims, but you have to imagine that this is such a tragedy for a lot of people who knew this woman, who were related to this woman. I mean, this is a very, very sad day for a lot of people.
Very much so. Our heart goes out to the family that lost one of their loved ones. And again, everything we're doing right now, we're still in the process of clearing the hospital. So once the hospital cleared and we're ensuring that there are no other victims, we'll be opening the hospital back up. But again, our hearts go out to the family.
Okay. Thank you so much, Assistant Chief Williams. I know that you guys will keep us updated all day. Yes. Deputy Chief. Deputy Chief Williams, I'm sorry. Of course, we're a little stressed out here, but I think we're going to go. Are we going back to you guys in the studio, or are you going straight to Robin? I think Robin, we're going straight to you.
We'll take it, Camille. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so let's detail what we know so far. 65-year-old suspect. His name is Mario Green. Shots were fired in the basement of Henry Ford's main campus, and he was targeting his ex-wife, who is now dead. This happened in the basement of the hospital. He left out the front door by way of a 2011 Dodge Charger. It is white. He is 6'4". He's wearing black and gold chain as well as a black shirt. He is a resident of West Bloomfield. You see the license plate number right there on your screen.
That's right. He was in white Dodge Charger. So police are looking for this vehicle. It's unknown if he's still in this vehicle, but this is when he left the hospital, just presumably walked out. There was a lockdown in the area that has now been lifted. We, again, at least thankful that police know who they're looking for. They are confident that they will be able to find him quickly. Robin Murdoch also on the scene this morning. Robin, we'll send it over to you. What have you learned?
Well, we are still waiting for police to find the suspect, to track down the suspect, Marielle and Lee. We have been out here since even before this shooting happened. My photographer and I were actually covering a different shooting just down the road about a mile away when two men were shot in a drive-by shooting. They drove themselves here to Henry Ford Hospital to seek treatment. One of them died. The other is still undergoing treatment. So we're following up on that story when just around 10 o'clock this morning, we started to see just a rush of officers arriving here at the scene at Henry Ford Hospital. My photographer immediately jumped out of the truck because he could sense that this wasn't just your usual emergency. There was something more to this. He jumped out of the truck and started shooting, and now we know that one woman was killed as a result of what happened out here this morning. The search does continue for her ex-husband at this hour. Now, throughout the morning, I have been talking to people inside. I know people inside. They were texting me trying to get information about exactly what happened out here. They said that it was a very frightening experience being on lockdown inside of the hospital and really just not knowing what was going on. And then just a few moments ago, in the last half hour or so, I did talk to a gentleman who was inside of the hospital with his girlfriend. She was preparing to have a baby. They were going to have a child at the hospital when it was on lockdown this morning. Just a very frightening experience for him as well. He was in the elevator when all of a sudden he realized that they were on lockdown, saw all of the activity happening around him. He could see the officers rushing around. He could see, just everybody changing, how they were acting. Their behavior just changed immediately. Take a listen to what he had to say just a short time ago.
Just to hear that a woman lost her life at the hospital where she works, it's just so sad to hear something like that happen because, too, they tell us, this is one of the safest hospitals in Detroit and Michigan to have kids and, have a baby, and it's just to hear something like this happening at the hospital is it was just overwhelming.
We have been talking about shootings so much in the Detroit area, on the east side, the west side, really all over. And this is just another one that Detroit police are now dealing with. But this one is inside of a hospital, which is pretty rare. A couple months ago, we did have a shooting in a parking garage at Corwell Health in Troy. It just proves, it just goes to show that these situations can happen anywhere at any time. The chief of Police earlier, saying that this is no longer an active shooting scene, but it is an active crime scene at Henry Ford Hospital. So they're going to be out here. They're continuing to clear the floors just to make sure there are no other victims. But just a very sad situation out here at Henry Ford Hospital that is affecting so many people, from the staff to the people who are undergoing care here. Everybody just had a huge loss right now. Back to you guys.
All right, Robin, thank you. We'll keep you out there for just a little bit in case more information comes in. So again, we have been on the story. Police already in the area earlier this morning for another shooting that was in the area near Henry Ford Hospital. No word yet on whether or not those two are related. Right now, it doesn't seem like that's the case. But then you have the situation where a woman who works at Henry Ford Hospital going to work and confronted at some point in the basement by her ex-husband, Mario Green. See his picture there on the screen, where after this altercation, he shoots her, and now police are looking for him.
Yeah, Mario Green, 6'4". He is 65 years old. The license plate number that we are looking for, you see it on your screen right there, DXC7067. He is a resident of West Bloomfield, but that doesn't mean that he's in transit between the city and West Bloomfield. He could be anywhere in the Detroit area. If you spot a white Dodger 2011, a Dodge Charger 2011, or you see Mr. Mario Green, please contact police immediately. We'll stay on this story and return with much more information.
So we do have many ways to notify you of breaking news, including this story right here at Fox 2, including our newsletter. So make sure that you are signed up for that so you can stay up to date with all of the latest as it comes into our newsroom.
The QR code at the bottom of the screen on this breaking story. We'll be right back.
Thank you to our Fox 2 Detroit team for that coverage, as Detroit police are now searching for a suspect who shot and killed his ex-wife at the Henry Ford Hospital. There was a lockdown in place for the hospital that has since been lifted, but continuing to be a very active situation as that suspect has yet to be found. We are going to step away briefly. We do want to let you know that we are continuing to monitor a live event that we are expecting to get underway at any moment. This is President Trump, who is preparing to make an announcement from the Oval Office that was scheduled for noon Eastern. So we are just running a little bit behind. We do not yet have a live look inside the Oval Office, but as soon as one is up and as soon as we see the president, we will transition to that, bringing you his announcement in its entirety. In the meantime, we are going to step away briefly for a break.
I'm scared because I was looking at my viewfinders and how is this battery at 50%? It just reads these batteries fine.
CNN?
There we go. We're here.
Did you repeat anything?
They're feeding now.
You're going all the way in, all the way to the end. Yeah. So you're going first. All the way
Check. Check.
Better.
It looks pretty nice if you're there.
He's covered.
Okay. I think he's ready for the oval. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
we don't like Carolina.
Need a mic?
Yeah.
Are you guys?
Yep.
He's
on the camera, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we can do them. Here. That's right. Yeah. That's a desk. There's a desk.
Is there going to be like a podium beside the desk or at the desk?
You should be at the desk.
Okay. Does he have guests?
Yeah, there's guests.
I don't think I've seen him before. You guys been there before? We've been the whole time. Is that right? Did you not see him?
Oh, yeah.
One, two, 1, 2. Oh, I think it might be Yeah, your head on, so I'll be to your. Yeah, I'll be to your left.
All right.
Yeah. Cuts want to go first.
I want to go, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, just understand, you might, like, going over, but just ignore it.
I don't know.
It always confuses the first.
The other one facing me.
Okay.
They don't. So, and keep in mind, you're gonna have that key for that time, it's gonna be right by you, so you wanna try to get that.
Shots up. I mean, no, but keep it in the shot.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he once tried to stop Peter. So Peter's going for a cut. So.
It's like, no.
He's like, no, you're on camera's coming.
Nice constant fill now. There's always filling.
We're head on. Cuts are going first.
Yeah, we'll leave plenty of room for you. Yeah. Yeah. What, you got more my balance? Oh my God. Yeah.
I'm not looking forward to this. You don't even need to finish. I already got it. Tell them I already have one there for pick it up.
I mean, I would suggest going over to the right, but it's up to you, whatever you want. Just as long as we're dead center.
Yeah, no, I'll make sure y'all just kind of for sure. We just don't want to be right next to us because this is right in the shot. Okay. What do you mean wasn't beautiful today? Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
But what do I know? It could be just this is the direction you're going in, but it might be to lend in how it burns the grass and they can't figure it out. That's what it's using. If it had like a few years on the thing, but you can't blend it because it burns the grass. If you put a pad, it can just be a hot pad. You can put your breakfast on it after you eat.
Uh-oh.
Well, I am started, right?
You are, you should be.
You never know.
Yeah.
Are you live?
I mean, we will be.
This is on AP right now.
Well, no one's supposed to be using it, but I mean, I can go to bars. Here, do this.
Yeah.
They should not be coming out. All right, there's nothing up this flat room. But you, like, it shouldn't be going out. But which, where'd you see that?
On AP YouTube.
All right, we'll call that in after.
AP YouTube. We're getting it through the pool.
You never know.
Yeah.
Are you live?
I mean, we will be.
This is on AP right now.
Well, no one's supposed to be using it, but I mean, I can go to bars. Here, do this.
Yeah.
They should not be coming out.
All right.
What do you think? Hey, Brian. Thank you very much. We have a very big announcement to make today. You all know Johnny. He came all the way from Italy, the beautiful country of Italy, to be with us. And he just got off the plane, and he's a hardworking guy, does a phenomenal job with FIFA. Nobody like him. I'm delighted to welcome FIFA President Gianni Infantino back to the White House for a major announcement about one of the most anticipated competitions in all of sports, the 2026, and this is a big deal, I'll tell you, I was so happy to get it, the 2026 FIFA World Cup. That's going to be the World Cup as we know it. It's the biggest, probably the biggest event in sports, I guess, Johnny, right?
Yeah.
On December 5th of this year, the 2026 FIFA World Cup draw will take place at the Kennedy Center. Some people refer to it as the Trump Kennedy Center, but we're not prepared to do that quite yet, maybe in a week or so. But right here in Washington, D.C., it's a tremendous honor to bring the global event and this incredible group of people and these unbelievable athletes, the best athletes in the world, to the cultural center of our nation's capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, it sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say it. Zero murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time in memory that that's happened, if you can believe it, how pathetic that is to have to even say it. And I'm tired of listening to these people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe. It was horrible. And Mayor Bowser better get her act straight or she won't be mayor very long because we'll take it over with the federal government, run it like it's supposed to be run. The numbers were horrible. It was a crime-infested rat hole. And they do have a lot of rats. We're getting rid of them too. And we've made a lot of progress. And it was extremely unsafe, and now it's extremely safe. We had virtually no crime. The number was down 87%, and I'm trying to figure out where was the 13% because I don't think it existed. The National Guard has been unbelievable, and they're working with the police, and they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually, but they have some great people there. And the Washington, D.C. is a whole different place, and Johnny, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that too, actually.
Oh, yes.
But it's a whole different place. People are excited again. They're going out to restaurants again. That was the other thing I saw numbers. That restaurant business is down in the last week. No. Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant. Just really lying people. And that's why people don't understand how bad and how dishonest the press is. I saw one poll that had us at 19% favorable on what we're doing with Washington. Then I saw another one that has us 94% favorable. And I can tell you the 94% is correct. The others are fake, just fake news. They got to get their act together. So bad for our country, so sick, actually. So Washington, D.C. is really doing unbelievably well. And the Kennedy Center that we're fixing, I was just there all morning with contractors. We're making it unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable. It's got great bones, but it needs a lot of work. The World Cup draw will set up the group stage of competition. 48 teams will play in 104 games across 16 North American cities from Seattle to Vancouver to Atlanta to Miami. It's going to be so exciting for our country. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be one of the largest and most complex events. This will be one of the greatest events, one of the largest. In a way, it's like Johnny said it better. It's like having many Super Bowls in a short period of time. Because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually. But they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history. And the Kennedy Center will give it a phenomenal kickoff, and we'll be involved, and they'll be working over there for quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can stay there for the big events, the big press conferences and everything else. And they'll be in a very safe capital. That'll be nice. You don't have to worry about walking down the street, Johnny, okay?
Thank you.
But you can handle yourself.
I could.
Already, FIFA is projecting 6 million loyal fans will attend the World Cup events next year, and 6 billion more are going to be watching back home. And they think the $6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs in a short period of time, too. No sporting event attracts more attention, more fans, more viewers, or more revenue than the FIFA World Cup. And again, I'll just say it's the World Cup, and it's the biggest thing there is in sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated, as devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, a government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right, took in $4 trillion worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000 points. That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what happened. A lot of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points. And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out from government that the tariffs that everybody was talking about, that the whole world respects us for because of what we did. The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President. What do you
Pretty good,
think?
sir.
Yeah. Too bad it's not 5, right?
That's right.
It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And I just look forward to the draw. So we're going to have the draw, essentially, Johnny, at the Kennedy Center.
Yep.
And by that time, it'll be in even better shape. We're working on it. It's about a year project to make it. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. You see the way this is looking? Look, nice. I can't tell you how much that gold costs. A lot of money. There's nothing like gold, and there's nothing like solid gold. But this beautiful office needed it. It had to be representative. When we took it over, it was dirty, not clean. I immediately changed the chair and had this beautiful desk renovated, brought out by the White House. People that do this, they did a great job. We send it out. We have a craftsman who's great. But this was not appropriate for the Oval Office when I took over. And now you look at all those paintings you're allowed to turn back. All of these are great presidents, and they were all in the vaults. They were in vaults for some cases much more than 100 years. And now they're proudly hanging on the Oval Office walls. And I can't imagine anybody changing it. But they were buried in vaults for over 100 years, many of them. So it's very exciting. People come in, they really love it. They love what we're doing here. They love what we're doing in D.C., and they love what we're doing, most importantly, in the country and the world. I'd like to ask Johnny to say a few words. He's the head of the whole thing. He's been there for a long time, probably the most respected man in sports. He's amazing, actually. Works very hard, and he's got the biggest event in the world coming right here to the United States. And we did a little for Canada. We did a little for Mexico. We thought, see, I'm a good citizen. I said, let them have a little piece. So we gave a little to Canada. See how nice I am? And we gave a little bit to Mexico. And Johnny, please say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, President. Great honor for me to be here with you today, President, Vice President, Excellencies. Fantastic to announce what you said, which is the final draw of the FIFA World Cup on the 5th of December here in the capital, in the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. at 12 noon sharp. It will be broadcast live all over the world. 1 billion viewers will watch it. And it will determine, of course, the match schedule, which 48 participating teams will play. You said it, 104 matches in 1 month, 104 Super Bowls. It's not just the biggest, the greatest event, not just a sports event, it's a social event as well, with a lot of emotion. We are uniting the world, Mr. President, uniting the world here in America. And we are very proud of that. And those teams, those national teams who will come here to participate in this draw with their coaches, with their presidents, they will all be proud to be part of writing this history. And that's why we brought as well this, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only the FIFA president, presidents of countries, and then those who win can touch it, because this is for winners only. And since you are a winner, of course, you can as well touch it. It's pretty heavy. Yeah. It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Lionel Messi of Argentina. And here it is in the Oval Office in the White House.
Can I keep it?
For you. Well, you can. We're not giving it back.
We're not giving it back. That's serious.
It fits well.
It goes very well on the wall right over there. We'll put it right below the angels.
It fits well here, I
That's
think.
beautiful. Yeah,
You can keep it until we have to give it to the next winner.
That's fine. That's a beautiful piece of gold, I will say.
Absolutely.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So 6 billion viewers for the World Cup, 6 million coming to the matches, 30 billion economic impact, 185,000 jobs. This will be absolutely fantastic. The biggest event ever, and everything will start here in Washington, D.C. at the Kennedy Center, or the Trump Kennedy Center. We'll see that how it will be called, on the 5th of September at noon sharp. 5th of December, noon sharp. Then, if I may.
Will they be doing most of the draws, all of the draws at the Kennedy? Well, how are you going to do that?
Yes, we'll do that at the Kennedy Center. We'll do all the other meetings around it with the coaches, with the broadcasters, sponsors, everything at the Kennedy Center. The whole World Cup starts, and everyone will be happy because everyone has qualified for the World Cup and they didn't yet play a game, so they didn't lose yet the game. So they all think they can become world champion, right?
They'll all be happy.
Exactly. Now,
by the way, an example, supposing we had a week ago when everybody was being killed and mugged and everything else, despite the phony numbers that were given out, that it was getting better. Brian, do you believe it was getting better or getting worse?
Oh, the crime was getting worse. I mean, I was robbed. It was getting
They went
worse.
after you. How did the other guy come out?
He came out with a briefcase,
That
unfortunately. Yeah. Robert 1, Brian 0.
No, but can you imagine you do this and then you start hearing that they had a 20-year reduction of crime. It's worse. It was worse during the Biden administration than anybody's ever imagined possible. And I guarantee you, he wouldn't be here if those numbers continued. But now we have total safety. We have total security. And for the border, in 3 months, 0 people. These are done by liberal people that do these charts. 0 people came through our border in the last 90 days. Can you believe it? 0. Last year, we had millions of people coming in. And they came in from the wrong locations. They came in a lot of people that shouldn't be here. So now when we have this event in December, it's going to be very safe. Johnny, you can walk down the street with your beautiful wife.
Yeah.
You can take her to dinner if you can get a reservation, which I doubt.
They're all full, the restaurants.
I know. They're all full. I heard that too. The restaurants the restaurants, since we are doing this, are doing great. And many new restaurants are going to open because, as you know, many closed. Many restaurants closed because the crime was so bad. This will be one of the safest places anywhere on earth. So, I really am honored that the National Guard has done such an incredible job working with the police. And we haven't had to bring in the regular military, which we're willing to do. We have to. And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one, but they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago. Please. I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something to happen. So I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York, and we're going to help with, and I think a lot of these people that you see on television, they're including the people in this audience. They'll say bad things about me, and then they'll say, thank God he's here, because half of them got mugged, and they don't want to get mugged again. But they work for stupid people that are radical left, and they're made to do things and say things that they don't want to be saying. But the people right here are all happy because you're not going to be mugged in Washington, D.C. anymore. I just want to say Johnny's been my friend for a long time. He's an incredible guy, and we will lay out the red carpet. Andrew, you're going to be fantastic. Rick is going to be everything Rick ever touched has always worked out, and he's working with me on the Kennedy Center. And his very good friend was an actor on Broadway for 5 years, right? And I assume he's helping us a little bit, right?
Yes.
And Andrew, you're all excited about it?
Absolutely.
Would you like to say something?
This is a great opportunity, Mr. President, to show off the first 250 years of the United States of America, the greatness and then the hope and promise of the next 250 years. When you think this World Cup is going to be over our 250th birthday, Mr. President, your leadership, obviously, with FIFA leading the way, this is the largest sporting event in the history of the world under the Trump administration. So very excited.
I just want to say one thing. Andrew Giuliani, so his father is Rudy, the greatest mayor in the history of New York, I think by far. He took a ravaged city, a city that was really under siege. Probably most people thought it was going to survive. He turned it around. He was a great, great mayor. And then they treated him very, very unfairly. You go back and tell your father all of the things that have come out over the last couple of months through Tulsi and through all of the people, Cash, everybody. They've proven your father 100% correct. His father was treated so unfairly. Your father has been 100% correct. And tell him we all love him. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
He's been amazing. What he had to go through was very, very unfair. Nasty. These are bad people. Mr. Vice President, would you like to say something?
Well, sure, Mr. President. Thank you. And thanks to Johnny for being here. We're very thrilled about the World Cup. Just to echo something the president said about crime in Washington, D.C., this is the national capital of the greatest nation in the world. And we had murder rates just a few weeks ago that rivaled some of the worst third world cities anywhere, even in very, very poor regions of the world. Why did we accept that? Why did we allow it to happen? We allowed it to happen because we had broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and unfortunately sitting behind the Resolute desk. What we have shown in just under 2 weeks of taking law enforcement seriously is that the American people can have their streets back if their leadership is willing to put in the time and the resources. Mr. President, you've shown in Washington, D.C. that we can have safe streets again. We've just got to have the political willpower to focus on the bad guys and to give the American people back their communities. We are focused on doing that thanks to the president's leadership.
Thank you. And that's a really very small percentage. It's 2%, 3%, but that 2% and 3% wreaks just havoc throughout a community. People are petrified. And I notice a couple of the women in the back are shaking their head, yes, yes, yes. I won't report who you are because you'll end up losing your jobs, but it's true. It's amazing. And the police, and you look at the DC National Guard, I saw pictures of them last night getting off vans and all, and I saw some bad ones running, but they're not running so much anymore. They're not there. They're just not even, they're not even trying. You're totally safe. Now there'll be something happening sometime. I don't know. Maybe it won't be for a long time, but this was every night would get reports of people being mugged and killed. There's one woman on television last night. She had a badly busted up nose. And she's, well, I like our streets the way they used to be. And she thinks it's going to happen like by doing nothing. And they say, what happened to your nose? She got slugged by a guy walking down the street, slugged. Her nose will never be the same, I guarantee you, unless it takes a pretty good turn. She wasn't really for us. But she sort of said, well, maybe something has to happen. Before this happened to me, she got whacked. And I don't think she'll ever be the same. She was a half a Trump fan, a woman that would have never been a Trump fan, but she was hit hard. It's not going to happen anymore. Not going to happen anymore. But then we're going to beautify the city too. That's where I was today at Kennedy Center. And we're going to beautify the city like it hasn't. And we're working with Clark Construction, the biggest construction company in Chicago, and New York, and Washington. And the head of Clark is great. He's all over the world, actually. But Washington, I would say, is their home. That's where they do the best work, the biggest work. And they've been doing a fantastic job. So you're going to have a fantastic, clean, beautiful place. It's going to be better than it ever was before, literally better than it ever was before. We'll get it done very quickly. And I want to thank Clark because they're doing a lot of work in a lot of different locations. But they've been fantastic for getting us the right contractors and the people that can really do the job right. And Johnny, did you want to say something?
Yes, I have one more thing, because as you rightly say, with security and beautifying cities and the whole country, we want people to come and enjoy and have fun. And that's why this is not just the most iconic trophy in the world of sport, but we start on the 10th of September, the sale of tickets for the FIFA World Cup. And we have the first ticket here. for the final.
Good. Wow.
For you.
Oh, good.
That's cool.
Wow.
It's, of course, row one, seed one, is ticket number 45,
so.
47. And it's for the final in New York, New Jersey. And so you have your ticket already for the final. All the others, 10th of September, start getting your tickets.
That's beautiful, yeah.
6.5, 7 million tickets. Fans will enjoy the
records.
security here. Will be fantastic.
You're going to do record business, I think.
100%.
Christy, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Mr. President, millions of people will come to this country and we'll make sure they get their travel documents, their visas, that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy the sporting event. It'll be the largest event in the world. And sir, you're reminding me of something that my dad used to say all the time when I was growing up. He would say, Christy, you kids need to look like you respect yourself before anybody's going to respect you. And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our capital, you're bringing respect back to this city. And people will respect our country more because it's safe, it's clean, it's beautiful. And what you're doing is transforming this nation by making sure that our laws are upheld. And millions of people are going to come and be able to enjoy it next year. And I'm excited about that. Thank you for doing that.
Well, our country is respected again. And a year ago, we had a dead country. I'm telling you, it was a dead country. It was a country that had lost its way. It was a country that was going to fail. Look, even today where they say $4 trillion in reductions of deficits, and this was totally unexpected. They didn't expect it. I mean, I don't know where they've been, the people that do this stuff, but it's terrible. I want to thank Christy for another reason. I said to her 2 weeks ago, I said, Christy, do me a favor. I built hundreds of miles of wall. I built the same wall that the Border Patrol asked me to build. It wasn't my first choice. I wanted to do concrete plank and everything nice. You wouldn't have been able to see through it. So I had Border Patrol in and they tested everything else. And we gave them steel wall, high grade steel, very hard to cut. Then we gave inside that is 9,000 pound concrete, which is a very tough concrete. Inside that is rebar, a big fat piece of rebar. So you have all different materials that are very hard to cut. And you need different instruments to cut each one. And I said, Kristen, we got to get a coat of paint on it. And I didn't know she was listening. But I said, we got to get a coat of paint, and it should be black because black makes the steel very hot. It's untouchable. You could fry an egg on it. And if you got a good black flat paint, it would look beautiful. It will preserve it from rust. And that was it. And I gave it to her along with 30 other things. And she's done such a good job on the border with Tom Holman and the group. Tom Holman's a fantastic guy, what the job he does and the way they work together. So I turned on last night and I see Christie's painting the wall. And it looked beautiful, by the way, when that paint went over there.
And it's hot.
It's hot.
Yes, it is.
It's hot. If it's white, it's not hot. If it's black, it's going to be very hard to climb that sucker. It's not going to be easy. But it's black and a high quality black. You know, it really looked good.
Yeah, we got
Is
the
that going
paint
to be
you
a
told us
2-coat
to.
job or a 1-coat?
No, just 1 coat.
1 coat.
We used the paint you told me to buy.
Yep. The 2-coat will take place in 3 years from now. We'll do the 2nd coat. But it looks beautiful. But thank you very much. I didn't know you were listening to that because we talked about 7 different subjects. And all of a sudden I see her out there painting with a lot of painters and everything else. But it was a beautiful thing to say. Would you like to say something? You've been such a big part of this, please.
Well, just, Mr. President, we're delighted to be here today for this announcement, but we're also looking forward to having you at the final.
Oh, yes.
On July
Oh, yes.
19th
No, we'll be
in New
there.
York, New Jersey.
We're going to be there. A lot of people are going to be there.
A lot of people.
I'd like to thank you all. Do you have any questions on FIFA, first of all?
It's going to be a big event at the Kennedy Center. Do you intend to take part in it? Will you have a part to play on December 5th?
I might play. I mean, I see the money that these soccer players, you know, we call it soccer, but I see the money that these soccer players are making. I may try and play. I'm a very good athlete. My son is a very good athlete, and he's a good soccer player. He's on the tall side for soccer. He's 6'9". That's pretty tall. But
that's pretty tall.
It's on the tall side.
He's good.
It's on the tall side, but he's good. But no, I may put on shorts. I look extremely good in shorts and join the play. You know, no, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be good.
Many foreigners who want to come to attend the event are concerned about the visa situation. Can you reassure them?
Yeah, they're going to have a very easy time getting in. Certain countries are going to be very, very easy, and other countries are going to be obviously a little bit more difficult. Would you like to explain that, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a process set up that we'll be implementing on on getting visas approved. Everybody will be thoroughly vetted, but they'll be welcome to this country. It'll happen quickly, and we're excited for them to come. So I would hope that around the world, people know that the United States is excited to bring their family here to enjoy this event.
America welcomes the world.
Yes.
And I can really, from the collaboration that we have, testify for that, absolutely.
And I was just sent a picture from somebody that wants to be there very badly. He's been very respectful of me and of our country, but not so respectful of others. But I'm going to sign this for him, but I was sent one, and I thought you'd all like to see it. That's a man named Vladimir Putin, who I believe will be coming, depending on what happens. He may be coming and he may not, depending on what happens. We have a lot of things happening over the next couple of weeks. But I thought it was a nice picture of him. Okay of me, but nice of him. So that was very nice that it was sent to me. Okay?
Mr. President, on
yes.
that subject, have you talked to Vladimir Putin about the fact that yesterday a big U.S. factory was hit in a Russian airstrike in Ukraine? What's your reaction to
I
that?
told him I'm not happy about it. And I'm not happy about anything having to do with that war. I said, I settled 7 wars, and actually, if you think about pre-wars, add 3 more, so it would be 10. I thought this would be in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty. No, I'm not happy about anything about that war. Nothing. Not happy at all. We'll see what happens. I think over the next 2 weeks, we're going to find out which way it's going to go. And I better be very happy.
Mr. President, I had a very good call with Prime Minister Carney of Canada yesterday morning.
Yes.
Canada is taking away some retaliatory tariffs.
He's removing his tariffs, yeah.
Exactly.
He's removing his retaliatory tariffs, which I thought was nice. And we're going to have another call soon. Okay. Yeah, we had a very good call.
You're getting closer towards an
Well, I like
agreement on
him.
trade?
I like him. You know, look, I'm fighting for the United States. Canada and Mexico have taken a lot of our business over the years, over 25, 30 years, especially during the Biden years. They took a lot of our business, and it's basically all coming back into the United States now. Well, hot as a pistol, and it's coming back in because of tariffs and the incentives we give. It's coming back, and it's impossible, I think, for another country to stop it. And we are working on something. We want to be very good to Canada. I like Carney a lot. I think he's a good person, and we had a very good talk yesterday. So I think it'll be good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the search of Ambassador Bolton's home. The Vice President recently just did an interview saying that it's about classified documents, but that there's also broad concern about him. What are the concerns?
Well,
that
I
you
haven't
have?
spoken to Pam and the group yet, but I will be. I saw that just like everybody else. I try and stay out of that stuff. I'm allowed to be, and I'm chief law enforcement officer, believe it or not. You know, I don't like to go around saying that, but I am. That's the position. But I purposely don't want to really get involved in it. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. I thought he was a sleazebag, actually. And he suffers major Trump derangement syndrome, but so do a lot of people, and they're not being affected by anything we do. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that. I'll find out about it. But if you believe the news, which I do, I guess his house was raided today, but my house was raided also, called Mar-a-Lago. They went through everything they could, including my young son's room and my wife's area. They went through her drawers, as the expression goes. They went through everything you can imagine. And when she came back, she said, she's very neat, you know, she's meticulous. And she looked and she said, whoa, this wasn't the way that she had it. So, you know, so I know the feeling. It's not a good feeling. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, how long will you give Putin?
A couple of weeks. We're going to figure it out. We'll find it.
Do you think you'll have to intervene at some point?
Look, it takes 2 to tango. You understand that. I wanted to have a meeting with those 2. I could have been at the meeting, but a lot of people think that nothing's going to come out of that meeting. You have to be there. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. But we're going to see. In the meantime, people continue to die. But I solved 7 of them where they were in wars for 31, 35, and 37 years. We had 3 of them that were for more than 30 years, Johnny, and I got them solved. And we solved one that could have been a nuclear war with India and Pakistan. That was getting ready to be a nuclear war. I solved them all. And this one, I thought we would have had it done by now, but it's more difficult. There's a lot of anger, a lot of hatred. There's a tremendous amount of hatred there. So but we'll see what happens. I think in 2 weeks we'll know which way I'm going, because I'm going to go one way or the other, and they'll learn which way I'm going.
Mr. President, if I got two questions for you, one on FIFA, the other one on DC. Let's talk. Can you talk about the economic impact that FIFA will have in these cities, and what's your message to the mayors to get their cities prepared, not only the beautification process, but also the safety aspect?
Well, Los Angeles is an example. You know, it's poorly run. We have a mayor there that can't even get permits to the people that lost their houses. Lee Zeldin got every permit. The hardest permit is the federal permit. Within 20 days, every single permit was there for the people to build their houses. But people are writing us and they're saying they won't give us. The mayor is incompetent. The governor is incompetent. You know, Gavin, I know Gavin very well. He's an incompetent guy with a good line of bullshit. And he doesn't get the job done. And frankly, those people want to build their houses. It's terrible. They could have been built. Some of them could have been built already. But think of it, the federal government that has the most complex part, and it's the most complex environmental thing to do. We got it, everybody had it within 30 days. And they're not even close to getting their permits. And now they're talking about taking some of those sites and building low-income housing on them. These are high-end neighborhoods. And I'm all for low-income housing. I built a lot of low-income housing. I know all about 236. I know every program that there is in the government. I used every one of them. I know more about low-income housing than probably almost anybody. And it's great. It's fine. It's wonderful. But you don't build it in Pacific Palisades. You don't build it there, and you don't build it in the other areas that burned down. So they're talking about putting up low-income housing. And you talk about riots. They're going to have riots if that happens, because you're taking the people's property away. They want to build their houses, and they're unable to get permits from the mayor and from the governor. And that's a terrible thing. But, and let me tell you, if I didn't send in the troops in Los Angeles, Johnny wouldn't be in Los Angeles. You wouldn't be having your World Cup there. I sent in the troops, and we kept it. And even the police commissioner, the sheriff and the police commissioner, they all said the same thing. They said, we could have never handled what was happening. You saw that, you were there. He said, we could have never handled what was happening. And then you hear Gavin Newsom, after it's all quelled, you Newsom got up and said, we could have done this for ourselves. No, they couldn't have. And if they could have, I wouldn't have taken the chance either.
Okay, my second question is on crime prevention. Would you be open to expanding the national concealed carry to apply to DC like it does in other states like Texas?
Yeah. Well, they have it in some states and they feel strongly about it. As you know, I'm in favor of it. People have to protect themselves. I'm a Second Amendment person, very simply. People have to be able to protect themselves. Especially like in Washington, you walk down the street, a guy comes up and slugs you. He's got a pistol in his hand. You can be tough, you can be in great shape, you can be a powerful person, or you can be a guy that weighs 100 pounds with a gun in your hand. And I'll bet on the guy with a gun 100% of the time, right? And so you need protection. So I'm a Second Amendment person all the way. Yeah, please.
President Trump, you said this morning that you were working with Congress to get $2 billion to help clean up DC. Have you had any conversations with Mike Johnson and John Thune about where they're going to get that money from?
Which money?
You said this morning that you're going to get $2 billion from Congress to help clean up
Yeah,
DC.
I've spoken to Mike Johnson. I've spoken to John Thune, the Senate, the House. And I think it's going to be very easy to get. It's going to be not a lot of money. I wouldn't even know where to spend the number that you mentioned, but it's going to be money to beautify the city. Yeah, they're ready. Everybody wants to save DC. In one way, it's the easiest. The violence was more than any other city in the country, actually, by far. It may have been more than any other city in the world, if you could think. We looked at some of the worst cities in the world, it was worse. And that's why it angers me to see the mayor saying about how they have it on the slide. Not on the slide, it was worse than ever. We have no problem getting that money. That money will come out of Congress. I think it'll be even bipartisan. I mean, I would imagine Democrats would vote for that one.
Is the plan to get it before the September 30 spending deadline on the Hill?
Well, I don't know if there is a deadline, because if I declare a national emergency, which this was, that ends the deadline. So, I mean, I keep seeing about a 30-day deadline, of which we have 22 days left or something. But if I think we're in great shape here, that's one thing. But if I don't, I'm going to just say it's a national emergency. And if I have a national emergency, I can keep the troops there as long as I want. If people are not going to want to have the troops in 30 days, You know, it's one thing to get them out. It's another thing to keep them out for a long period of time. You've got to train people. You can't do this. You can't bop people over the head. And a lot of those people are in courts right now, going to court. They're going to go to jail for a long time. So that's going to take more than 30 days. But if I have to, I'll declare a national emergency, which I don't think I'll have to do. Yeah.
Mr. President, can I ask you about Russia? You said in 2 weeks you'll know whether you go.
Yeah, I think I'll
one
know.
or the
I
other.
think I'll know the attitude of Russia and frankly of Ukraine. It takes two.
What are the 2 ways you can go at the end of 2 weeks then?
Well, then I'm going to make a decision as to what we do.
Or
And it's going to be a very important decision. And that's whether or not it's massive sanctions or massive tariffs or both. Or do we do nothing and say it's your fight? Look, I would have never been in this war if I were president. You wouldn't have had this war. It was never going to happen. This was caused by stupid people that fought. And you know, people say, well, how do we know? Because for 4 years, it was never even a subject. And Vladimir knew, and you see his picture right here. It was nice that he sent, but Vladimir knew very strongly we wouldn't have stood for it. It wouldn't have happened. 100% wouldn't have happened, but it did happen. And now they're losing from 5 to 7 young kids. Think of it, you're a parent and your son is leaving. He's Russian or he's Ukrainian. And he's leaving and they're waving goodbye. Nice, beautiful kid. Nice crew cut, all set. He wants to be a soldier. And he goes there, first week he has his head blown off. And he's no different than you people, me. And it doesn't matter where. I mean, I solved a problem in the Congo that was vicious. Rwanda and the Congo, the Republic of the Congo. And they were fighting for 31 years, and it was machetes. People were getting their heads chopped off. That was going on for 31 years. I got it solved. You saw it. They came to the White House. We signed an agreement. It was amazing. People can't believe we got it done. I love to stop killing. I really do. People thought it would be just the opposite. Hillary Clinton said, oh, he'll get us into a war. No, I'm getting everybody else out of wars.
Are you saying there's a real possibility then that you do nothing if Putin doesn't come to the table for a ceasefire or try to end the
I'll see
war?
whose fault it is. If there are reasons why, I'll understand that. I know exactly what I'm doing. We're going to see whether or not they have a meeting. That'll be interesting to see. And if they don't, why didn't they have a meeting? Because I told them to have a meeting. But I'll know in 2 weeks what I'm going to do. I have pretty good
Your
ideas.
Justice Department is also sending some of the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee today. Are you in support of them releasing all of them?
Keeping it open.
If they wanted to
Innocent
release.
people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that it could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be. You know, people, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency, and the Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that stuff. But it affected them. Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 28 times. I don't want to bring that up, frankly. You have Larry, whatever his name is, Summers, the head of Harvard, who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Nobody ever talks about that. I mean, but I don't want to hurt Larry Summers, but he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. No, this is a Democratic hoax to try and get the significance of what we've done over the past 7 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They say it's #1 in history. What we've done, including stopping 7 wars. I mean, just include that. And now you look at the stock market today, it's way up to start off with from where I took it. And this market was going to crash. If Joe Biden or Kamala were president, this market we would have had a crash like in 1929. You're not going to have that. It's only a question of how high is it going to go. You know, I had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And despite COVID, we had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And we're going to blow it away this time. I was always good at making a lot of money. And whether it was for myself or whether it was, I like doing it this way better. I mean, I like making it for the country. Our country's been ripped off by friend and foe, nations all over the world ripped off. And the friends have been much worse than the foes for the most part. And they're not ripping us off. We just signed a deal with the European Union. They're paying us essentially $950 billion like a signing fee. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of energy. They weren't buying much of our energy there. And they're very smart in doing it. And as you know, Ursula was here a couple of days ago having to do with the people, the leaders that we had a great, people said they've never seen anything like it. Well, we had the leaders of Europe right here in the Oval Office. And she's so happy that she has an agreement. But people aren't ripping us anymore. We're run by, this country is run by smart people now.
Mr. President, in Israel.
Two questions. One is that Intel, there have been reports that you're considering taking a stake in Intel. Can you tell us
About the
that?
10%?
About the 10%.
Yeah, I met a man, he was a very nice man, and I called for his removal because I saw something by a man named Tom Cotton, a senator from Arkansas. He's a great guy, friend of mine, supporter of mine, big supporter. I'm a supporter of his too. And he wrote a pretty nasty story about the head of Intel. And I said, well, if that's right, he should resign. And he came in, he saw me, we talked for a while. I liked him a lot. I thought he was very good. I thought he was somewhat a victim, but you know, nobody's a total victim, I guess. And I said, you know what? I think the United States should be given 10% of Intel. And he said, I would consider that. I said, well, I'd like you to do that because Intel has been left behind, as you know, compared to Jensen and some of our friends, NVIDIA, some of the people and the people in, because Intel should have never been. Intel was the biggest, most powerful chip company in the world. And then they started leaving and they started going to foreign countries, in particular Taiwan. And if we had a president that would have said, okay, you can go to Taiwan, but we're going to put a 100% tariff or a 200 or 300 or a 500% tariff, anybody that sells into the United States has to pay. They wouldn't have left. They would have never left, and we wouldn't have. So in the meantime, we had people that were, in some cases, good politicians that weren't good on trade. I loved that man, but he was not good on trade. I totally disagreed. He allowed the car industry to be taken out of this country. We lost 50% of our car industry. But that's all coming back. It's all coming back. But if somebody would have said that with Intel, would be a giant right now. Now, with that, they've had some bad management over the years, and they got lost. And I said, I think you should pay us 10% of your company. And they said, yes. That's about $10 billion. I don't get it. This comes to the United States of America. And I said, I think it would be good having the United States as your partner. He agreed. And they've agreed to do it. And I think it's a great deal for them. And I think it's a great deal. He walked in wanting to keep his job, and he ended up giving us $10 billion for the United States. So we picked up $10 billion. And we do a lot of deals like that. I'll do more of them. If somebody has, like we have restrictive covenants with Jensen. We have, it's NVIDIA. And to unrestrict the covenant, nothing to do with losing our powers or military or anything, because that I wouldn't do. But there are things you can do that don't affect us, that actually help us. And if we're going to give somebody a free out, a restricted covenant, we have a strong restrictive covenant on certain industries. And I will absolutely give somebody a opening on a restrict to do a lot of business, which is good for us, as long as it doesn't hurt us in a security or military way. And if I do that, I think the country should be paid, because anybody else, I have it in real estate where I'll have a deal with somebody and I'll have them restrictive covenant. Then they'll come back and they'll say, I'd love to be able to build over here, but I'm not allowed to because you have me covered. You have me restricted. I say, I'll let you build over there, but pay me a lot of money. No different. But the country never did it because the country was run by foolish people.
On DC 5, you said Chicago might be next.
Yeah, Chicago.
Are you making, have there been concrete steps that the administration is taking
No,
to do that?
I
Or what are
haven't
other cities? as
I
well?
haven't spoken to them. He's grossly incompetent. I haven't spoken to them. No, when we're ready, we'll go in and we'll straighten out Chicago, just like we did DC. Chicago is very dangerous, great place. I built great stuff there. I have the most beautiful building in Chicago, I think. But I hate to see what's happened to Chicago. Chicago was our greatest city, actually. Bob Tisch, a great friend of mine, passed away. He used to own the Giants and very successful Lowe's. He said Chicago, I think they had their main office in Chicago. He said Chicago and San Francisco are the two greatest cities in the world. Now you look at what the Democrats have done to San Francisco. They've destroyed it. I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in San Francisco. And, you know, it's just different. We can clean that up too. We'll clean that one up too. You know, if everything works out, and we've already had calls from other cities, quiet calls from Democrats. We'd love you to come here because they've lost control of their cities. I'm not going to say because I don't want them to lose their elections. But we've had calls from Democrats and calls from people generally. We'd love you to come here because we'll straighten out the problem.
Mr. President, in Israel, the families of hostages in Israel, families of hostages are opposed to the reoccupying of Gaza. Why is the U.S. still
Well, not
supporting
all of them. And you have to understand, I'm the one that got all of the hostages out. You got a lot of people out. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be out. I worked with Bibi and I worked with Steve Witkoff. But if it wasn't for me, you would have all these hostages would most likely be dead right now, every one of them. So they all come up here. They come in groups of 10, 12, 13, and many of them, and I've gotten to know a lot of them. They're great people. What they had to go through is incredible. But so now they have 20, but the 20 is actually probably not 20 because a couple maybe aren't around any longer. It's a terrible thing. No, I don't like anymore. I said, you know, when you get down to 20, they're not going to make deals anymore. And they didn't. And then I put out a statement, as you know, that was a tough statement, go in and get them. And they said, we'll give you 10, we'll give you 10. I don't know what Israel's doing, but they were willing now immediately to give us another 10. The situation has to end. It's extortion and it has to end. And we'll see what happens. I actually think they're safer in many ways if you went in and you really went in fast and you did it. And people can't forget October 7th, remember that. I'm friendly with all groups. I won the Arab vote in Michigan. I did so great with the Arab vote, remember? I started off at 0, I ended up winning. I wouldn't say the candidate was the greatest, but I would have won against anybody. They're great people. But we have to do things properly. And, you know, I'm very proud to say I got the hostages out. You have hundreds of people that are living now because of me. And now we have that final little group of people. And Hamas knows that if they give them, that's probably the end of their lives. So it's not easy to get. And I know if you're a parent, you just don't care. You want, I want my baby back. They want their babies back. They want their kids back. And I understand it. But I got them out and did a good job. And we're doing everything we can to get the hostages out. Thank you all very much. Yes.
So Jackson Hole, Jay Powell today said, he suggested that they might have interest rates, but they don't receive.
Well, we call him too late for a reason. We should have cut him a year ago. He's too late. You know, we have a stock market that's up 1,000 points today. I better be careful because I go out there and I'll see it's down 1,000, right? But it's up 1,000 points when I came in here. We have a country that the market's the hottest it's ever been. The country is better than it's ever been. We have a military that I rebuilt largely in my first term. We had a great, successful first term, but this is going to be even better. But we rebuilt it. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan, but relatively small compared to the overall. But I think it was the most embarrassing day and period in the history of our country that they allowed those 13 wonderful people, but it's really hundreds of people were killed. And they don't talk about the 48 that were so severely wounded with no legs, no arms, nobody ever mentions them except me. But that was the worst day, the most, it just showed how incompetent. Frankly, if that didn't happen, I really believe that you might not have had the problem with Russia. I think Putin was sitting there watching these stupid people running our country and said, this is a time to invade. It's, this is a time. And then Biden made the statement, well, he can do a small incursion. When he said that, it was off to the races, right? When he said he can do a small incursion, remember that? I was surprised he knew the word incursion. I didn't think he had that good of a vocabulary. I want to thank everybody. It's very important to me and to everybody up here, the World Cup. And Johnny has been so incredible. I mean, he's really a great leader. I mean, to think, I said, Johnny, do it by phone. You don't have to come. No, he said, I'll come. And he flew all night long to be here and listen to this about how great we're doing in D.C. But he's a fantastic leader. And this will be your most successful World Cup ever. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you so much. America. Yeah. Can we win it, Mr. President?
I don't know. That's I watch some of those teams go right. They go down that field. I don't know. But let me ask you: what chance does America have of winning?
Well, the home team always has a good chance to win. It depends
See,
how
he's a
it
good
starts.
diplomat.
No, but has some good
Well, we have a
players.
shot. We have a-
Yeah, of course. Of course, you have a chance. You have a
Will
chance.
Bear be going to any of the games, Mr. President?
I'd love to have him. He'd love to. He's very tall. Maybe we could make him a goalie. The goalies are very tall now, right? I
Yeah,
know.
goalies are very tall.
The goalies, well, he'd be a perfect goalie. At his-
100%.
At his height, he'll be a great
Yeah,
goalie.
exactly.
So we'll put him with the American team.
Yeah.
No, but do
Goal.
the Americans have a chance of like getting into the quarterfinals?
Yes,
right?
definitely. No,
Yeah.
the quarterfinal, definitely. But then, as the tournament goes on with the public 250 years of United States, let's not forget, they will all feel energized about that.
You know, it's amazing. The talent is really great when you watch these things. I went to the game 2 weeks ago, and it was a big upset. But you look at these people, the way they pass it, it's amazing, really amazing. It's a great art, right? It's a great talent.
It is incredible.
You know the
Draw
expression,
names out of the hat?
this, what?
Will you draw the names? of the message? Will you-
I don't know, he's the boss.
That's an interesting proposal.
He's the boss.
We'll discuss that.
It's going to be great. And I think the American team is going to do well. I mean, I hear it's a very good team. Good luck, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
You keep a lot of those.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
No, I just got one.
Thank you.
Sent to me.
We're done, thank you.
That was a nice photo. Thank you very much. everyone.
You guys keep moving.
Thank you. Andre,
Thank you guys keep moving. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Keep moving. Thank you, guys.
The golden age of America begins right now. America's decline